Hi friends, good evening, and this is Ankit, your host, joining you from Delhi, India. Namaste to everyone, and we have Kimberly joining us from North Carolina. Hi Kimberly, good morning. How are you?
Hi, good evening, Ankit, and good morning. I am doing great here, and we actually have sun in North Carolina.
That's nice. And good morning to all our viewers around the world. And it's a good day, Friday, 1st of May, new month, new season, and new opportunities with new news, good news coming soon. We are getting news about the vaccines that a lot of companies are doing the third round of trials, and hopefully we'll have a vaccine soon. And Kim, you won't believe a couple of companies in India also they are doing the third round of trials, and they are successful. And the cost of vaccine, as per the current news, is around $15 to $20 in India.
Wow. So, what kind of vaccine?
It's vaccine against the coronavirus.
I know, but all
It's
right.
it's kind of an injected vaccine where they can inject to a person and then they'll do the trial. Also, a homeopathy doctor also claimed that he also have a kind of vaccine which will work within within 48 to 72 hours and then it will kill the virus. But everything is claimed right now. So once the testing is done, then we'll have a better picture. But the news is that from past couple of days, and especially yesterday, I'm getting a lot of news around the world that everyone is gearing for the vaccine and it will be coming in the market as soon as possible. So hopefully, good news is coming up. But on the other hand, the cases are growing in America as well as in India. Not the numbers are similar to what in America, but cases are growing across the globe. We have been seeing countries who were not reporting number of cases earlier. Now they have been reporting equal amount of cases. So same happened with
That
Brazil. So same happened with Turkey, Netherlands. So if Peru. So if you see a chart today, so you'll find new countries coming up on the list, and which is not a good news. But I don't know. I mean, how?
let's take a look at the numbers today. Hold on. Let's just. I always like to pull it up and change it. Um, So from yesterday's report. So yesterday we looked at it at April 30th. I like to do this so I can see it change live from noon yesterday, but it's not noon today. So usually they update it at noon every day. But let's take a look. Let's just here we go. There we are. And I'm going to refresh the screen. As you can see, it's 3,251,000 with almost 230,000 deaths. And let's scroll down and take a look at the U.S. is a little over a million
If
cases.
you so Kim, if you go to yesterday, you'll get a better picture of US because
This is yesterday's.
this yesterday is okay.
Yeah, this is April 30th. Today, oh, by the way, happy May Day, everybody. It is May 1st. I
Yeah,
almost forgot. Happy May Day. May Day was a big thing when I was younger. We had quite a celebration for May Day. It just the schools would have this big celebration. It was just a fun day here in the U.S. Let's see. I'm going to refresh this so we can hopefully we'll see it change or not. Maybe that's not a hopeful thing. So the problem is I don't think that they changed the data. Well, they're updating it more frequently now. Before they were only doing it at noon every day. So as you noticed, it jumped up about 100,000 worldwide.
yeah.
If we scroll down,
So can I tell you what happened? So I am getting the numbers which says 64 deaths in US right now,
you're getting
comparing
what?
to your numbers. Yeah. So the number which I can see on the same website says 64 deaths in America.
64,000.
64 the today's date.
Oh, today's date?
Yeah.
Um,
And your
mm,
numbers are different. I don't know what happened because it says 64 and the total number it says 952 for today's day.
so where are you looking at?
I'm looking at the same website.
So I'm showing 116 new deaths today.
Okay, now I refresh it, so now it's showing 116. Okay, now we are fine. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, that was
They
yesterday's was
updated
64.
they updated GMT 000, so that's what they update the date.
So new cases are 4,000 in the last 24 hours. 4,000 in the total U.S. So,
if you check yesterday's
you're looking
yesterday
at
news data, so the total number of people yesterday reported with COVID is almost 30,000 in America.
right. So if you look at Italy and Spain, their deaths per capita, 1 million population is far higher than ours. But again, you have to look at the concentration. They got hit early on when there was no understanding of the virus. We got hit when there was a little more understanding and comprehension of the virus. It didn't stop the spread, but yeah, I'm not saying it's flatlining. I think we're peaking. And that's what one of the doctors said in one of the letters that we read last week is that we're coming close to that peak. So let's don't just leap out and mess it up, right? That we're coming close to the peak. Hopefully we'll flatline it. And then when we flatline and we're seeing 0 new cases a day, that's when we need to consider going back out, because that's when we can control it. But if we go in before that, we have that 0 capacity per day, 0 not deaths, but 0 new cases per day, then we're not going to be able to control it. So I know everybody they're anxious. We're seeing a slowdown, but if her report and her letter, and this was a real doctor, a real physician running one of the hospitals, is that if we don't wait until it peaks, and we go out now, then by mid-June, we're going to be so over capacity, we won't be able to take care of the people. So
okay, I have a question basically, because apart from the new deaths and the total recovery, it says active cases and then serious critical cases. And then you talk about the total cases per 1 million population and the death rate per 1 million and the mortality rate. I don't understand because according to me, a death in USA is equal to a death in America, equal to a death in Europe, and same as the death in India. So when we're talking about deaths happening around the world, we should count one death equal to one death. Right now we are talking about mortality rate, which says that okay, we have a less mortality rate, you have a bigger mortality rate, and people are, jumping on that we are doing good and all those things. All lives are important. Be it a person dying in Hong Kong with a mortality rate of 0.5 comparing to a person dying in Peru with a mortality rate of 3%. I don't believe on all these things because in our news channel as well, what I can see is that we have a better mortality rate than other countries. And I was like, I don't know what they're talking about, because of if people are dying in thousands and then you're talking about a mortality rate comparing to your population and you say that, okay, this is fine. So I don't understand why you're talking about the mortality rate and comparing with 1 million population. It doesn't, so if we have 1.3 billion, that doesn't mean we are okay to lose a lot of million people. And same goes with the US as well.
Well, here's what I don't understand is it's different. I look at every death as a failure now, right? Quite honestly, anything that happened after March 1st, we should have had control over. So I just look at this as, no, you're right. It's 1-to-1. It doesn't need to be looked at as, what they're trying to do is reduce the impact, right? It's kind of like right now, Trump administration and all of the people, they're going, wow, we're so lucky because we predicted 3 million in the US and we only had, so we're very, very lucky. And I'm like, no, we should have had 0. If we had done this right, we should have had, if not 0, we should have had very little. And a conversation that is said over and over is, why did New York get hit so horrifically bad? And again, this is what I tell people is that knowledge is very, very important. And CDC was not transparent. WHO was not transparent. There were confidentiality meetings and reports that should not have been. They should have been, to me, if the public is paying for their services, then nothing should be confidential. Nothing. That everything should be open to the public every bit of information and research they do. They're not doing proprietary research. They are not private entities. And if they are, then we shouldn't be paying them the millions and millions of dollars that we do as taxpayers or as a globe. And I'm not saying they're the ones that misinformed us. I'm just saying that our policies were very wrong. So transparency would have prevented this.
I completely agree, and also, I mean, government and the country runs by people and not the politicians, and they need to understand that they are taking decisions on behalf of a country and behalf of a lot of people. If
Right.
they will think only about themselves, and if they don't, I mean, think about what's happening and what are the, what are the loose points which we can fix it up, and most probably how we can share the data across the world. That is very important. I mean, so I still don't understand why are we not sharing the lab's data with the other lab? Because suppose if I have a lab and I am on a clinical trial 3 and you are also doing the same trial and you are at trial 2, why can't we work together and get the thing sorted?
Again, it's proprietary. It's like, you tell me that they have vaccines in India. Why can't we share the blueprint? Why can't we share the
Yeah,
research and get labs all over the world generating it so we don't have to ship it? It's about what, Ankit? It's about money.
yeah,
And even though this is being generated in India, they're keeping it very proprietary and to themselves. Again, that's up to anybody who's making the vaccine. Why not share it so that we can share in the research?
yeah,
Okay, we have this vaccine we know is working. Let us test it in the US. And you know what? Something that we've learned about vaccines is sometimes it might work in your culture, but it,
yeah,
it might fail in our culture. Just like, I don't know, I keep hearing this story about Bill Gates bringing the polio vaccine to India and it was horribly failed. Um, and I don't know how true that story is because I know how media hype can be. And I've yet to have the Gates on to talk to them about what happened. But the problem is that I think that there are genetic designs and that make us all a little bit different, even though we're all created humanly kind of the same. And I just think we got to be careful. We just can't just plug a vaccine into people without understanding the DNA aspects. And maybe it's time to have a DNA expert on. We've got some. We they just been busy. But I keep hearing about vaccines. People keep saying they have one that's working in different places. Do you guys have something like the FDA approval?
yeah, yeah. We have all those approvals in India as well. So we have a medical council, and then we have ICMR, which approves the medical research, and then there are follow-up approvals in government as well as private sector to do all those things. But as you said, that the polio vaccine. So what happened is that Bill Gates was trying to help India to recover from polio. So I think they have did some kind of a donation so that we can do the polio vaccine in masses to the people around India, and that has failed because of I think not able to done it properly. And it's not about the vaccine as such, basically, because we have a polio vaccine since long. It's just that so that's what I mean. The government was talking about. So suppose if we have the COVID vaccine maybe from next month onwards, it's difficult to vaccinate 1.3 billion people within 1 year. It's not easy.
No, it's not. But I'm gonna pull up a video of what they're doing in Africa right now. A story that somebody sent to me this morning, and I find it quite interesting. But as we know, I love the story that they did of how they contained Ebola. So Africa may not have the world's best and funded and all the money budgeted for medical, but what they're really good at is pulling together um, and getting their research system. But let me see if I can pull this video up because it's quite it's it's not our news, but it's in Africa, and I'm going to pull it up so that we can see what they're doing. And I think if we worked with them in something like this, we could understand how to do that. Again, testing is going to be everything, and something that I'm not trusting with any vaccine is we have learned that people who have caught COVID, recovered from COVID, go back home, and then they catch it again. So I'm not 100% ready to say there's a vaccine out there. I'm sure doctors are ready to say it, but I want to trust it, right? I don't want something that says, okay, we think it is, or maybe it's 85%. So hold on just a second. And I'm learning a lot about all of the regulations for each country. Each country has their own regulatory standards that you have to pass through, like FDA for the US and Visa for Brazil. Africa has their own, India has their own. So, we got to just, hold on, let me see if I can find where this is.
In the meantime, I'll tell you on 1st of May, India celebrates Labor Day, and it's for the workers around India. That is what the day celebrated since long, and it's a public holiday. And it says International Workers' Day celebrated on the same day on 1st of May. And labor unions and socialist unions across the world, they celebrate and organize a lot of programs and for especially the workforce and the working environment. That is what 1st May for Indians.
Say that again. Can you get closer to your speaker?
Am I not audible now?
No, you keep, for some reason it faded.
Okay. So I said 1st May is celebrated as Labor Day in India. And it's more about workers and the working environment and the working condition across India. And I think internationally as well, that is what how we celebrate 1st of May. And how we can improve the working atmosphere and the working environment for our workers association and our people with the working environment, how we can improve it. And I think post-COVID, we need to think about it and we need to have a certified workforce, maybe with COVID and other vaccination, and also give them the enough space on their workspace as well, so that they have enough time to create your immunity and to ease the work in a better atmosphere in the environment. And also, we need to have them improve their skills, because tough times are coming ahead, and our workforce will take us further. And that's how the economy flows, because you know that large industries and bigger companies, they require a lot of workforce. And if we don't work at an appropriate time during this pandemic, it's difficult for us to come back. So the more workforce we have, the more skillful people we have around, it's easy for us to come back and bring up the economy again what it was earlier. So that's how the work 1st of May celebrated. I don't know what happened in the US. Do you celebrate Labor Day?
So we celebrate it as May Day. It's a huge, just spring is here. The birds, and we go out and we have picnics and festivals, and the school will let us do all kinds of things outside, and we would do songs and little plays. And so May Day, and then May Day itself, another religious day in some religions where we celebrate certain saints or something like that. But the first day of May symbolizes life. Labor Day, we celebrate the end of summer. Don't understand why we picked that day. It's the end of summer. We celebrate Labor Day. It's not a day I always looked forward to, because it meant I had to go back to school. I had to go back to give up vacations, time to go back to work. So yeah, it's how do you celebrate Labor Day in India? What's your favorite thing to do?
So basically, we celebrate. I don't run a big company, but generally in bigger organizations, bigger corporations, they do some kind of an event or maybe a social gathering with their workers, and try to motivate them and give them some gifts and perks and things like that. And that's how they celebrate, because they are. It's not a holiday it's not a holiday in India, but it's most about. So they talk about how to improve the work environment around the company, and how we can improvise the worker skills, and how we can create a better working environment. So it's mostly done by associations and bigger corporations because they have a workforce with whom they can target and discuss things about it. And I think we have a special guest on our show, David.
Absolutely.
Good morning. Namaste. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Namaste,
Good
David.
morning.
It is so great to see you. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing just fine. I'm not sure how well a lot of other people are doing, especially people with large families and small apartments or no savings who haven't gotten any relief from the government yet. But I'm doing fine.
Well, that's because you're somewhat of a financial expert, and you understand.
A little bit.
But you understand the physical fitness, financial fitness skills, right? You understand it too. And a lot of people, they live day by day. They never learned that. We don't teach it in schools. We've always talked about, but I'm glad you're doing fine.
A lot of people in America, Kimberly, have not had the capacity to save. Simple fact. In 2017, the most recent data we have, the bottom 90% of Americans made essentially the same income they made in 1969. That's almost 50 years earlier. They made $218 more in real money once you adjust for inflation in 2017 than in 1969. And so a whole host of government policy decisions have resulted in a few unbelievably, not a few. I mean, there are many, many more billionaires than Forbes counts because they only count publicly filed examples of your wealth. They say there's not a single billionaire in Western New York. When I documented a few years ago that just in Rochester, New York, where I lived at the time, there were 9 billionaires, but none of them appeared on the Forbes list. But at the bottom 90%, which is the vast majority of people, a lot of those people just don't have any income. The median wage in this country only in the last couple of years, as unemployment has gone down, has gone up. And but it's been stuck. It was stuck for about 15 years at $600 a week in today's money. And that's been terrible for people to be able to save.
Well, and it's like you also are talking about the people who make minimum wage. A lot of the people relied on an income of going to a place to work if you're making minimum wages.
Right.
And all of those places of work are shut down. Something that bothered me about the stimulus package was the businesses could apply for PPP, which is for payroll. But majority of businesses, including Marriott, furloughed or fired all of their employees, so they had no payroll. Yet they were able to apply for payroll at the same time that the U.S. government is paying them for the payroll. They are then turning around and paying people one stimulus check, which supposedly is supposed to cover you for a payroll. So it did make sense to me. None of the stimulus made any sense to me at all. I read through it and it just made no sense.
Well, and also Marriott, by putting people on furlough rather than firing them, made them in many states ineligible for state unemployment.
Yeah.
Now they're supposed to take the payroll money and use it to pay their workers. We'll see what kind of audits come out at the other end of this. And this system we have a piece of DC Report. I mean, the system was really set up to help the banks, the big banks, tighten their ties to their biggest customers. Mom and pop businesses were shut out of the system. They imposed rules that make no sense. And an obvious question is, why was this done through the banks? There was no need to do this through the banks. Every business in the United States is registered with the U.S. government, either through an employer identification number or social security number if you're a sole proprietor. And we could have done it entirely through the government, and the government already has everybody's information from those businesses for tax purposes. So this hasn't been well thought through. It wasn't planned for, even though I studied the almost certainty that we would have a pandemic that would kill millions of people in college in the 1960s. So when you hear Donald Trump say, no one could know this was coming, no one knew, he came into a White House where the previous administration ran a training exercise just before he took office for his staff, here's how to deal with a pandemic. They left him a book saying, here's how to deal with a pandemic, and they left him a national security team. Everybody in the world apparently knew except Donald.
He even had a pandemic team and gone, right?
Right, right.
But why don't you call them back when the pandemic is hit? Why don't you pick up the phone and call them back?
Well, you don't call him back because of who Donald is. I mean, I've written 2 international bestsellers about Donald.
I got him.
He's, Donald is not capable. Thank you. That's the more important one, in my opinion.
I love this. This is my favorite.
That's perfectly legal. That's a different book. But there's another book on Trump called "It's Even Worse Than You Think." But that's the important one, is the biography. I mean, Donald is not capable of learning things that contradict his worldview. And he says he's the world's greatest expert on 23 subjects. One of them, as you know, Kimberly, and you may, and I'm not sure, I have a pretty much global reputation as an expert on tax policy.
Yeah.
And Donald asserts that no one in the history of the world knows more about taxes than I do. Having had a lunch with him in one of our many meetings, specifically where I wanted to give him advice on how he could save money on his taxes, he doesn't know anything about taxes. It would be the equivalent of my saying to you, I am the world's greatest expert on Indian culture. No one knows Indian culture better than me. No one whatsoever. What's a Hindu? He just makes this stuff up. And he's, we haven't seen the leadership. The news service that I run, DC Report, singular, dcreport.org, we hold him accountable for every death above the number in South Korea adjusted for our population, because both countries had the first death on the same day, or the first confirmed case on the same day. And they are at a little over 1,500 cases based on our population. They're 247, I think. And we're at 62,000, and we're massively undercounting the deaths. The Financial Times had a really good graphic just showing, multiple years of death rates going like this, and then this spike in numerous countries. In New York City, the authorities normally pick up 20, 25 bodies a day from people who die at home or at an office or a shopping location. In April, the number ran as high as 280, and I don't think it ever ran under 170. How else would you explain this rise in deaths except the coronavirus? Lots of heart attacks probably are due to the coronavirus, because we know that it doesn't just go after your lungs, it goes after other organs once it gets into your bloodstream.
Now here's what's scary is they're finding out that you can become reinfected. So a vaccine just is not impressing me right now. What is impressing me are the conversations we've had with some of the world leading doctors and experts that have been on our show, like the people who are really out there working on this. And their answer to the problem is a better immunity system in our bodies. That's the best answer. I agree. That is the best answer, is that they're all saying that just improve your immunity, get a lot of vitamin D, go out and absorb it with the sun. And just improve your immunity, because they are finding that the people with the stronger immunity systems are able to handle it.
But also remember, older people, I'm 71, so I'm a good example of this. Our immune systems by nature are not nearly as strong. Yeah. And it is really troubling that some of the people who have gone through this disease do not have either antibodies or sufficient numbers of antibodies to be protected. Now, the virus, despite Donald talking about how bright it is and how, why don't antibacterials work? Of course, it's not a bacteria, it's a virus. Exactly. But he says it's very smart. It's gotten so smart, it's not even a life form. A virus can't live on its own. It has to have another life form. It's parasitical.
Yeah.
The great mystery here is the evolution of this virus, so that you may not acquire immunity. That's a real problem. What it means for somebody like me is I may never be able to leave my property again. Now, I'm very fortunate. I have a a wonderful house, because I live in a place where houses are almost the cheapest in America, very bottom of the metro housing markets almost. And I have the gardens. But for a lot of people, this is horrible. And it is heartwarming on the other side, and gladdening to see that scientists who have been turned loose on this seem to be making progress in several areas faster than we normally would expect. And I think that goes to another issue. In the United States, we have cut spending on basic scientific research. We're only funding just a little thin slice of what are the most highly rated research projects for medical and biological research, which means if anybody who's studied public administration knows that they're only approving the marginal guaranteed to work projects. The ones that are out there and that turn out to be important are not going to be funded because there are going to be lots of failures with those. You get lots of failures, but the successes make for huge progress.
Yeah, but we can put a lot of money into a wall. We might not be able to put money into research, but we can put all that money into a wall. So,
Which won't work.
Sorry. I just had to throw that in there. But yeah, you're right.
I'm surprised we don't have a medical budget around the world in any country. We have a defense budget, we have a financial budget, we have stimulus, but we don't have a medical budget for a federal government to carry that medical budget for an annual year, and then we don't know how to supply the medical things during the pandemic, because we don't have a pandemic organization around the world which talks about pandemic. We have a World Health who is talking about the World Health, but no one is talking about the pandemic thing and how to work on the pandemic situation.
Well, one of the fundamental parts of this is most of what government is supposed to do is just boring, and it doesn't make news. And so my industry news, I fault us. We cover things that are matters of dispute and controversy a lot than the substance of what government is doing. And simple issues like buying and storing material and renewing it periodically so that you don't end up with, for example, a warehouse full of rotted N95 masks. Those are the things that it's important to do, but very few people pay attention to those. And so the politicians don't pay attention to those things. We are seeing the value of having universal, no out-of-pocket health care. America doesn't have a health care system. We have a non-system sick care system that costs twice what the world as a whole spends. And it would save money to go to such a system. If America had either the French system, which is widely regarded by epidemiologists as the best in the world, and medical sociologists, or the German system, which is different but also universal, the amount of money it would save is enormous. But our politicians keep talking about it'll cost so much because they don't think of the offset. Well, let me tell you how much it would save. And this is a statistical measure. It's not what would happen in the real world, but statistically, if America had the French or German healthcare system, universal care, everybody's covered, nobody goes without care they need, nobody goes bankrupt over care, nobody dies prematurely for lack of care. It's the equivalent of eliminating the income tax for everyone who makes less than $500,000 a year. That's how much it saves. Over 6% of America's economy or gross domestic product. And, you would think people would say, well, let's go there. Well, in America, what you'll hear, and in fact, I've been jousting with some people on the internet is, well, but you won't get to pick your doctor. We can have a system that does that and you pick your doctor. That's just a choice. Whether the doctor wants to pick you might be another question. But you don't have to do it the way the British do it, which I don't think has been optimal, but they were an early system. But in Japan and in France and in Japan and in Germany, you get to pick your doctor. France, you go to a neighborhood clinic. But you don't pick your airline pilot either. Have you ever imagined, hey, well, I want to interview this pilot and see if I think he's competent to fly the airplane? No, we rely on the government to say this person has met the standards to fly an airplane, so you can get in it. And furthermore, I'm not capable of judging the competency of a doctor. I mean, a lot of things I can judge and have and get paid to judge, but the competency of a physician, please.
it's a relationship. A physician becomes a relationship.
Yes, that's right.
And I'll tell you what, my best physicians were the ones I would go meet with. And I had this one doctor, he would do my annual physical, and he would schedule 20 minutes after, 20 minutes to 30 minutes after, and he would have tea with you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. And he would talk to you to evaluate your mental state of mind, your home place.
Oh, yes.
Everything. It wasn't just your physical. And it was the best doctor I had. He did that for 25 years and he retired, and no other doctor does that. Right. So, but it was the relationship. And I have yet to find a doctor that can treat me like the way he did for all of my problems and things like that. So,
well, where I live, we have a noted medical school in Rochester, New York, and a number of my friends are retired physicians in their mid 80s up to almost 100. Wow. And the recurring thing I have learned in the last 25 years from these men, almost all men, a couple of women, but almost all men, is that they went to college before we had all this technology. You know, they came out of medical school in the 40s and the 50s, and they will point out things like, I don't need an MRI to judge whether you have a problem in your back. We figured out how to do that a long time ago. And they question a lot of the need for technology. They're glad to have it. They're not anti-technology. So like, we should have every tool we can have, but they think there's over-reliance on it and that we don't spend nearly enough time on diagnosis. Every one of them, I think, has said to me at some point, the first thing you should do is sit down and go through a patient's life history and expect to spend, I think it's about an hour is what most of them have said, to go through that. I've never in my life had a doctor. They've had me fill out a form and they go, oh, yes, I see this. Okay, all right, now. And that's because we don't compensate them for that.
No, we don't.
If we don't compensate people for things, they don't do them. Just as in the market, you know, there's that old saying, the market prices very well everything gets paid to price and not at all that which it isn't paid to price, which is why, for example, we didn't know till some people went out and did some research, the value of the work done by housewives.
Right.
Women who work inside the home instead of outside the home.
So, and you know, you take a look at that. A lot of these women, they didn't just do that, but they worked on a budget, right? I always tell people, a person who could run a house knows how to probably run a country, because they have to work on a budget. They have to manage things for their family, outside of the family, for the schools, for the medical care, for everything.
Well, they have to plan for things that can reasonably be anticipated, and a pandemic is something that can reasonably be anticipated. By the way, I'm guessing from the fact that I don't see a single gray hair there, you're a lot younger than me.
And me. He's
I have some, but I'm still,
well, you know, the likelihood that there will be another awful pandemic in your lifetime is immensely higher now, because when we had the 1917, 1920 misnamed Spanish flu, we only had 1.5 billion human beings. A third of them got infected is the estimate, and 50 million of them died. That's every 30th person died. We're going to have, in a world with over 7 billion people, more pandemics. It is just inevitable. And the way to think about that is, I live in a place where I pay very little money for my car insurance. I have 3 nice cars and I pay $3,200 a year. I have a daughter who lives in Toronto, but it would be the same if she was in New York, who pays almost $5,000 a year for 1 car. Why the difference? Well, because it's the density of automobiles that determines the likelihood of accidents first and foremost. Well, the density of human beings first and foremost is going to determine pandemics, because viruses that live in bats and pangolins and all sorts of other creatures, no matter what we do, even if we get rid of the wet markets in Wuhan and other Chinese cities, those viruses are going to continue to mutate randomly and spread, and every now and then we're going to have a mutation like the coronavirus COVID-19 that is just going to take off like crazy, because it's the adaptation that was made is successful.
It very successful. You know, one of the things a lot of people don't know, and I've done some research, specifically I like National Geographic because you could really go back. And back in early 1960s, the first corona was discovered.
Right.
And then not long after that, it was discovered in a human, but it was first discovered in chickens.
Yes, yes, and one of the things it's kind of amazing to think about this, and you see medical experts on TV explaining that this coronavirus has what they call a hook, and it goes to a particular receptor. You can put 20,000 coronaviruses on the head of a pin. I mean, these are such incredibly tiny, almost life forms that it's astonishing that we when we get these visualizations that have been done for us, so we see the crowns on them.
It looks like this.
Yes.
But there's thousands of them on a pin that go into your lungs. That's what I said.
Yeah.
They remind me of these little things.
No, that's a good. Yes, you find in America, in a lot of places, those you'll find them in your yard or on the trees.
It took me a week to find a bowl full because I stripped my property of them. I'm like you, I live out in the country. So I stripped my property of all of these things because I hated them. But
I actually live, by the way, 5 blocks outside the city, but
wow.
But in Western New York, it's nuts. We get deer in downtown Rochester, New York. So
Rochester's beautiful, by the way.
It is. This was from roughly 1865 to 1975. This was the Silicon Valley, Route 128, Seattle, all of that in analog, pre-digital America. It was the creative industrial Geniusville, and that's all gone now.
Place to hire your engineers from. It literally the school was the if you went to there, you were guaranteed a job at all the best companies in the world. So it was the high tech place of the world. I think it's still considered that the school.
Well, in fact, there's a new study, a new book by 2 Harvard professors arguing how to make the American economy grow, principally by having the federal government go back to its pre-Ronald Reagan policy of investing in science. And then they list cities in America where it would be smartest to invest the money. And Rochester, to my surprise, was number 1, because we do have an incredibly highly educated workforce. We have the Rochester Institute of Technology, which is now the 11th largest private school in America. The University of Rochester, which has a absolutely solid reputation. And then overall, we look at all the different colleges around here, we have more students as a share of our population than Boston, where Harvard and MIT are. But the future economic growth is we need to put a lot of money into basic science and into applied science, which is what the book is about, developing products and things. Interesting little fact from the American Association for the Advancement of Science. More than half the economic growth in the United States since the end of World War II can be directly attributed to investments in basic science. Wow. About 1/3 of our economy today depends on taxpayer investments in scientific developments prior to World War II, in chemistry, in mathematics, and in physics. And if you just think about when I was a boy growing up in the 50s and lived on a farm, we were orange ranchers in California, in the town of Orange. I can remember we would periodically go to a place where they would recap our tires, and you would sit there for a couple of hours. They'd take your tires off, they put new outside casings on them and cook them. There were places where you could replace your engine. It would say, if you have a Ford, you'll be in and out of our shop in an hour and a half or 2 hours. And people had to rebuild engines. Today, the body of the car wears out before the engine does if you take good care of them, because we've made huge advances in metallurgy. Why? Well, because we spent money on research into these things. And the whole world would be better off. Now, Ankit, are you in India?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your country, which was, along with China, the 2 richest countries in the world 500 years ago, will become an incredibly wealthy country if it addresses one basic problem, and that is It has a totally sclerotic legal system that makes business investment a problem. China's problem in becoming as wealthy as it was in the past is that it suppresses creativity. My students, I'm not a lawyer, but I've taught at a law school for 10 years. My students from China wrote the best papers. When we were studying the ancient law, one of them actually did a regression analysis. Yeah, it was kind of amazing, using concepts from the past to show a point. But most of them were very rigid thinkers. They were sort of people, Americans had gone to Jesuit schools on steroids in terms of how rigid and uncreative they were. And then I had two students who took both of my courses from China who were just as thorough, but had all the creativity of American students. So I called them into my office together, and one of them said to me, "Oh, well, the party has been experimenting with Western-style education, and I went to Western-style schools." And I looked at her and said, "I got to tell you, if the Chinese government gets smart and does that everywhere, the whole rest of the world is going to be doomed economically, because that is the skill of those two students to combine this rigid, serious work and understanding how to learn and how to analyze and how to think with being creative. That's brilliant. And that's America's problem, is we've gotten real flabby. About 15% of American students get a first-grade education and 85% do not. Writing is becoming a lost skill. I just finished grading 48 essays by my pre-law students I'm teaching now, pre-law, basic legal theory classes. And a few of them were just fine, but most of them, some of them didn't even understand what a sentence is based on their writing. And yet they're going to a prestigious college. And we're not first grade, but Syracuse University is still considered one of the high-end colleges in America. And so America's problem is that, we've adopted this idea that you shouldn't be smart in a lot of circles, and disrespecting people who are educated. And that's our challenge. But going forward, there's no reason not to expect, if we could come back in 100 years, that China will be fabulously wealthy, much better off than it is now, that China will be fabulously wealthy and probably a huge military power, because they're working on that. And the U.S. Depends on what we do. We still have, the best scientific research in the best universities. Whether we hang on to that or not, we'll see. A number of states have cut funding for their public colleges and universities to as little as 6% of their budgets. And I think I just read, if I read the synopsis, I didn't read the whole article correctly, at least one state has just ended funding for the state colleges.
You mentioned something quite interesting to me about the students too, and I think it's the way that they're expecting things. Today they just expect more given to them and less work out of them. And
yes.
Something I noticed, Nick is a professor as well, and It shocked me because Nick is actually, I'm not going to say he's not a lazy professor by any means. He will educate you, but he would expect them to do some work. Right, his students to do some work, and they all would write up reports against him. He's making us work too much. He's expecting, and I'm like, whoa, time out. And I took a look at some of the stuff Nick wanted, and I'm like, this is preparing you for real life. If you can't do this in school, you need to get a different degree, because you're going to do 4 times this in real life.
Well, that's what I tell my students that. I try to get them to work in teams, which I've never been particularly successful at, because I say the reality of the world is you're going to work in ad hoc teams. You're going to be called into a room by an employer, regardless of your profession. And so you group of people are going to work on this problem. And so you need to learn to work in teams. You need to learn to write a cogent business memo if you're going into business. And I tell them all the story of how, by happenstance, about 6 years ago, as soon as I finished teaching my class, I had to run over to a dinner my wife was at. One of the things, she's a CEO that I call a command performance dinner or meeting. And I arrived late, and I sat next to the guy, who had the only empty chair. And it turned out he had just retired as the head of the Detroit office of one of the big four accounting firms. So you know it's a big operation because you got the auto industry and all those manufacturing companies there. And we got to talking, and he told me, I made some comment about students and writing. And he said, well, you know how I decide who's going to become a future partner, who has a shot at being a future partner and who's going to be out of here? And I said, no. He said, well, I give them a memo to write. And I said, about something you don't need a memo on. He said, exactly. And then I immediately figure out this is the person who knows how to follow the assignment and write a competent memo. And those people go on. And so I always tell my students that story. You've got to learn to write. And the only way to learn to write is reading quality written material and writing it yourself. There's no other, there are some skills that are just sort of innate, but this is one where you've just got to do it.
Telling the story and Twittering is not it. I'm going to tell people right now, I cannot stand Twittering, but all these students, they and the reason why they write poorly is everything's Twittering now, right?
Well, there's also an awful lot of playing these computer games, although my youngest of my 8 children points out to me that many of these games have deep moral stories. That's why students stick with them. I mean, some of them are just shoot 'em ups, but most of them have a deeper moral story. The problem is it doesn't develop the same skills. If the three of us all read a novel, the protagonist that we see in our heads is different for each one of us. But if we go to the movie and the protagonist is Cumberbatch, then we all see Benedict Cumberbatch. And so reading and writing are important to our internal view of the world and also to developing our understanding of the other. People are different, and we need to recognize that. So.
And they are. You've always had a. Go ahead, Ankit.
Yeah, the students are educated and they are taking lot of degrees and they are doing a lot of courses, masters, PhDs. But when they come to the real world doing some work, they lose the important skill, which is training, and they are not trained. So they might be well educated, but they are not well trained. And that is the problem the industry is facing at this point of time. During this pandemic as well, we require certain skill set so that we can carry forward and maintain our work-life balance and do work from home and do a lot of activities which we are not able to do it before this pandemic. But because of the lack of skills and training, we are not able to perform the job. And that is what keeping us behind the other companies. And that's what's happening around the world. I can't count a different student from a different country, but as whatever experience I have traveled to a couple of countries. I've realized that the average person is just the educated person, maybe taking degrees from certain colleges, but they lack a lot of required skills, which is not available. And that is what really, I think the economy, or maybe that's why we are not getting the right job, and that's why we are not able to utilize our resources efficiently. We have enough resources in the world, but we are not able to utilize it at the most. And if we are not able to do it, then I don't think so we can be able to do it in future as well.
Yeah.
So that is my take, and that we are not following the right path. And
the purpose of a college education is not to acquire facts. It's to demonstrate that you can undertake a complex, multi-part, 4-year-long project and complete it. And it suggests that you can continue learning on your own. I have a relative, a now late relative, who right out of high school went to work for AT&T, the big American phone monopoly at the time, and kept being hired, was still there in her 50s when everybody else had hired with her had long been laid off. And I one day realized it's because what was the consistent story I heard from my relative? Oh, I'm training now for the next thing. And every time there was a training, she would take it. So her skills were always kept up to date. And so while all these other people like 42 suddenly lost their wonderful jobs and were middle-aged and in not such good shape, she just kept on working because she realized you had to keep learning new skills, not rely on the old ones.
Yeah. And that's the important thing right there.
I think David would agree that exposure is more important, because right now we are living in a global world where we are talking to people from different cultures, from different countries, from different languages. And if we don't have the right exposure, it's very difficult for for someone to interact with a person in a different planet. That's what we believe, that if someone is from Nigeria, he's having a different culture and different lifestyle. And if we are talking to someone, and if that person is talking to someone in Peru or South America, it's a different world altogether. So if we don't have that exposure and a mindset to communicate well, I think that is what the problem is, and that is why we are not able to share the right things, the best practices around the world. So maybe you are doing something best during this pandemic, but I don't know how to communicate with you, and that's why I'm not getting the right practices in India, and that's why I might be not able to share my practices with you, because we are living this from so many years, and still now we don't have the maybe a Bible or a book which says these are the best practices to follow.
Yeah, it is. It's a little off tangent to what you said, Ankit. But being a journalist, we like illustrative anecdotes about cross-cultural communication. One of my neighbors here in Rochester, New York, is from France, and he and his wife owned a place in France up on a mountain underneath a castle. These were built in the 1100s and have been turned into nice houses inside. Outside, they look like they did back then. And they invited us to stay, and you had to go up an 800-foot rise on a dirt road that was wide enough for one car and had a turnout. And I had rented a large car. So when we went to leave, because I didn't feel confident that I could back that car up, as the rules require if someone runs into me from the other direction, I said, well, I have an idea. Why don't you go to the bottom of the road, tell somebody not to come up, I'll scoot right down. To me, this was being kind and polite and thoughtful. To him, this was the most, ugly American, awful. How could you propose something like that? Yeah, both of us were trying to be polite, but our cultures clash, and we see this all the time. And by the way, I think, by the way, on your point, one of the things that'd be good to do for the next pandemic is have a sort of, here are all sorts of things people can do to occupy themselves, because we're experiencing in the US, and I presume some places elsewhere in the world, misbehaviors, people getting drunk, spousal abuse, things like that. And in crowded spaces, that's going to be difficult. And hopefully, if we in the future have enough masks, if it's an airborne virus that we can, or carried by droplets, people from coughing and whatnot, that we can have a better response for people who live in crowded quarters. In New York City, they've broken the numbers down by boroughs, and surprise, surprise, Manhattan has far fewer cases, and they're mostly in the poorer neighborhoods and older neighborhoods than the Bronx, Queens, and Brooklyn.
Wow. So that's interesting. When you break it down by the borough, it makes a big difference. I think you're right. I think, preparing for the next pandemic, not just for it to control it, but also to control the people. But one of the good things we have discovered came out of this was the murder rates dropped in Miami.
Oh, sure.
0 murders in 7 weeks. And the other thing that was interesting to me is our environment has totally cleaned up. It's such
gasoline sales. We did a piece at DC Report very early on. One of the things we pride ourselves on, we're sort of semi-volunteer thing. People either don't get paid or they get honorariums, but they're former senior people at the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the LA Times, Fox News, like that, who are friends of mine. And we did a piece early on about gasoline sales. And America is getting roughly the equivalent right now of cars with an average 50 mile per gallon operation, because gasoline sales have fallen by half. My guess is when we get the next data, we're going to find out it's far more than half. I still have February gasoline in my car that I drive.
Too.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to siphon it out because it's going to be old.
Yeah. Or drive around the block a few times, because it will turn to varnish eventually and damage your car. It takes about 6 months for that. But the environment is doing much better because of this, and that's the other great existential threat out there. I think it was in The Economist. I take 40 magazines, so I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was in The Economist. They had a cartoon showing with global heads the virus fighting off against people. And then standing outside the ring and looming over it like this was the next contender. And it said, climate change. And that's going to be a much bigger issue. One of the countries next to you, Bangladesh. Bangladesh, if the sea rises 10 meters, is just going to disappear. And how we would get through this without violence and people have to leave, the Modi government, which is caught right now in this huge dispute about its effort to limit citizenships and make India a Hindu rather than multicultural country. One of the things I keep wanting to some journalists to ask is you're thinking about this not just motivated by your nationalist Hinduistic views, but by what you know is coming right next door in Bangladesh. And it would be difficult to imagine he hasn't thought about that, and it's not motivating some of his actions as preemptive.
And I think right now the problem isn't in the U.S. The problem just isn't the virus. It's the way we're managing it. It's, I say we're dying from a pandemic of politicians, not a pandemic of the virus. I know I'm going to get shot down for that, and I'll never get to do media. But I'm just going to speak from the data says everything, and all the other countries seem to manage to get this under control. We're still spiraling out of control.
Right.
And it's because we can't make a decision without arguing over it. And it shouldn't be about politics. It should be about what's best. And
I think we're reasonably going to argue about some things, but we are in the United States have a particular problem, and that is one of our two political parties has ceased to be a political party. It's become a cult for one person. And we have in the Senate and we have as the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, we have someone who the New Yorker just came out with the excerpt from Jane Mayer's forthcoming book about him. We have a man who, he has an agenda that's basically suppressing Black people and taking care of the super rich. And he's a real problem here. I mean, there's no reason that we should be bailing out very large corporations. And some of those corporations are vital to the economy. Airlines, for example. I don't want to see the airline industry go. I'm somebody who spent 45 years or 50 years of my life living in airplanes, basically. But what we need to do is recognize, you're professional managers. If you decided to take your windfalls and spend them on stock buybacks, if you decided that you wanted to get your return on equity up so you got rid of your equity, I mean, ultimately you could just lease everything and the only equity you would have would be the cash in the bank every night. And that would make your profit margin appear to be terrific, but it would be imprudent. That's your choice. And if your business has to go through bankruptcy, it's not like that's the end of businesses in America. They get reorganized. United Airlines has been through 2 bankruptcies. It's still here and flying all over the world. And on the other hand, ordinary people, they're the ones who are desperately in need. And that's where the focus of the policy should be. And you cannot make the argument, which conservatives in America make, that if you provide people with money, they won't want to work. You, A, can't work, and B, nobody lined up to say, oh, please, let me have this coronavirus so that I don't have to go to work. That's just not what happened.
No, and people, and again, you mentioned something that's very impactful here. One, I want to say we're generally a society right now that expects instant gratification.
Yes.
So we're not understanding a lot of this. But the problem is that we're still, even though everyone said that we went bottom up on the stimulus, I read the stimulus. I didn't see bottom up. I saw bottom down, top down. But the thing is that when you cut the throat of the small community businessman, he doesn't know how to recover. The big guys do. Donald Trump's been through, I don't know how many bankruptcies he's been through or whatever, but
his casino company went through 6, only 4 of which he was involved in, and then he had a private outside of bankruptcy that's in my book Temples of Chance of his Atlantic City businesses back in 1990. But I think you're exactly right on about that, Kimberly, and it's a fundamental problem. That the haves have connections that the have-nots don't have, and the politicians respond to the haves. And if you were to go look at the original Senate version of the relief bill compared to what Nancy Pelosi got put into that bill, you would be horrified, because it was just, a huge feeding trough for the well-off. And after all,
Well, and
we have a president.
I read the first part of the bill, so I saw that. And everybody, is angry at Nancy Pelosi because she did this, this, or this, but she prevented any Trump administration from getting, or Trump people from getting into the pot.
Right.
I mean, she put a lot of things in there that protected actually the smaller people. I don't think people realize it. I mean, I read the bill from beginning, and I'm not smart like you, but I'm smart enough to read. I'm talking about, like, this is what you do every day, but I'm smart enough to read through it and go, okay, this corporation's getting this. They had 3 options for major corporations to get money. There was loans, grants, and give me's. So yeah, there was a lot going on that was actually top down. And again, when you cut the throat of the communities and the small businesses, you lose what America's about. And how do we recover this, David? How does the small person get out of this? Is there a little seminar we can start to help some of the people?
Well, fundamentally, we need to have a new and different Congress and administration. I mean, that's the simple. In a democracy, we choose our future, and we have made some very bad choices. Consistently, polls will tell you that people say they hate Congress, but they love their local congressperson. I'm sorry, that should mean that many, many people should dislike their local congressperson. And I, if you've got the support of the voters and can serve 50 years, that's just fine with me. But voters need to be more critical about who they're supporting. And we need to figure out how to undo a problem we created after Watergate. After the Watergate scandals, we adopted all these new campaign finance rules to get money out of politics. Well, they backfired. They have instead made politicians much more dependent on narrow groups of people. I shared a cab once with a New York State senator from LaGuardia Airport into the city, and he said to me, every morning when I'm shaving, obviously he's not me, every morning when I'm shaving, I think about my 10 largest donors and what they want. And in most cases, what they want is they really don't want. It would be bad for them. They just don't realize it. But I have to demonstrate to them that I'm trying to get them what they want, or they will find somebody else. And then he takes a pause and he says, I can't remember once ever standing in front of the mirror and thinking about my average, ordinary constituent. That's the problem. The amount of mind space. The reason you see an ad in America with Flo from Progressive Insurance or the Gecko for Geico is to make that idea stick in your brain. And it's not music. It's not like a song that you might hear 2 or 3 times and then will play in your head. And I'm sorry if anybody this is happening through right now. But we need to recognize that the brain space of our politicians is overwhelmingly the brain in the interests of the wealthiest people in the country, the biggest companies in the country, the industries that have lobbyists. There's no lobbyist for mom and pop stores. Even the Federation of Independent Businesses in America really is upscale from that, and they often sell out their members to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce on policy issues. And there's no lobby for ordinary Americans.
So first off, that takes time and it takes money. And actually our campaign, if you look at our primaries, it's not designed for the average man to win. If you want the average man to win, you have to have a lot of money to make it through the primaries. I don't understand why we just don't have one day to vote. That way my vote counts, because by the time the primaries make it to my state, all the good people are gone. Sorry for all you people that were left over, but all the good people in my mind were gone. So
Tuesday voting was initiated to keep working people from voting. It was the law in America early on that only, quote, freeholders, people who owned land, could vote. In fact, in New Jersey, they still call the county legislatures the Board of Freeholders.
Right.
There's no reason we can't have mail-in ballots. It's been done for 20 years or so in Oregon and Washington. It's very successful instead of these very narrow periods. And one of the things I've suggested in the past, two reforms I've suggested. One is, let's give candidates for office a budget from the taxpayers and ban all outside money, because that would allow us to see, well, how well did you handle your budget? Now, the budget in rural Iowa can't be the same as the budget in metropolitan New York. They're totally different. But we can come up with a formula to deal with that. But within a district, you get the same amount of money, and maybe we give the incumbent a little less money than the others because of the benefits the incumbent already has. The other reform I've suggested is that we've got to stop all of lobbying is a constitutionally protected activity under the First Amendment in the United States, but we've got to stop the secrecy of it. I think we should require that every politician have somebody who walks alongside him. I'm willing to pay more taxes for this because it'll save money in the long run. Here's who you talk to, and here's what you talked about. You don't need to give me the details of what this or that person wanted, but the broad subject. And every meeting has to be explained, and no more free rides in corporate jets and favors like that. This is a little hyperbole, but I've suggested the rule should be that if a lobbyist lights your cigarette, we march you onto the steps of the Capitol and shoot you on the spot.
There you go. But you know, technology can do that.
David, do you think,
technology can do that.
Because we have a stimulus of around $2.3 trillion, but there would be another way that you stop charging income tax from, citizens in America, rather than giving them stimulus, and that way also they will have an ample amount of time to manage their economy. Because stimulus is just giving you a bread to eat, and this will maybe for a couple of months. After that, they need to come back and do the all required taxes and everything, filing on the right time, and then if they don't do it, then they have to do the penalties and all. So can't we have a different way to approach people?
Well, yes, and if I understood, you broke up a little bit, but on the tax issue, there's no reason people have to file tax returns. My next book is about how to have a 21st century tax system. And in the old analog world where, people used to get cash in an envelope on Friday, handed to them at the end of the workday, that's gone. Everybody's digital money now. So we don't need to have tax returns anymore. And there are a whole lot of things we could do. For many American companies, I've shown that the income tax, the corporate income tax, is a profit center. When I first reported that in the New York Times, we had all sorts of people who went, that's crazy. And then Congress did the biggest study that the tax committee has ever done. And they did an 1,800-page report and showed that I was exactly right. Enron, now long gone, literally stamped its tax department documents profit center. And so we need to, I believe, get rid of the corporate income tax and replace it with a rule that doesn't allow you to build up large cash reserves, excessive cash reserves.
Yeah.
And that means you either have to spend the money paying your workers, paying your owners through dividends, or reinvesting in the business. Because that's why we allow corporations. We allow these artificial purposes for the purpose of encouraging risk-taking and growing the economy. So I see we have more people.
So yes, so Rakesh, meet David. Rakesh is one of our standard board people from Hong Kong. He too is a journalist, and
we had Dr. Mansi joining us. She's from Delhi, but she works in United Kingdom. So if Dr. Mansi, can you introduce the board?
Hello. I'm sorry, Dr. Mansi, where are you?
I'm in New Delhi right now, but I'm originally from London.
Oh, okay. I had backwards in my head. Thank you.
What do you do, Dr. Mansi? Our viewers would like to know. Can you introduce yourself? What do you do in London?
So I'm a pharmacologist and a mental health advocate as well in London. So I've lived and worked there for about 14 years now. And just recently, I think 6 months ago, I've moved back to India right now. And I have a few projects going on here currently. I'm also an author, so I've written 2 books, and I'm working on a couple of more of them as well. So yeah.
These are nonfiction books, or these are novels?
Nonfiction books, biography.
So let me ask you about something, since pharmacology is your field, and you said mental health also. We
Yes.
have been running, I run a news service in America called DC Report. And
Right.
it's nonprofit. We don't do ads. It's basically a volunteer project by a lot of former senior journalists in the U.S. And we have been running articles by Dr. Bandy Lee, who is a Yale psychiatrist,
Right.
promoting the concept of public mental health, just like we think of traditional physical mental health, public mental
Yes.
health.
Right.
And I wonder what you think of that idea, because we've gotten some pushback from a few readers, not many, but a few, that, this is crazy. What do you mean public mental health?
No, I mean, it's a good idea because currently I'm also working on building a global health network for mental health awareness. So I am building a board right now. And as we speak, I've got 10 members ranging from like Dubai to New Zealand, to South Africa, to India, to US, to London. So we're trying to connect everyone from around the world and trying to build a network so that, because right now I think in this pandemic, one thing we've realized is that we need to work globally as much as possible, because just working on a national level is limiting ourselves to the services and to the opportunities as well, which are rising, new in countries. And I think a little while ago, I heard Ankit speaking to you about the same, and he was saying that, we have no idea that what is happening in one side of the world and in another side of the world, there is no connection. So we need to establish a proper network and connection so that everybody is connected in a way that we can help each other.
That is
Absolutely. I was just thinking when you were talking about the lobbyists, David, that if we had a right of recall like they do in Switzerland, where even people from the upper house, like the Senate, could be recalled if a certain number of signatures or a certain campaign against them worked, or even if we don't recall them, we call for a course correction, then that would be quite effective, I think.
I think it could be. The reason we don't have recall of senators and representatives is because when the Constitution was written in 1787, that idea had not emerged. The states, I believe all of whom have redone their constitutions, they came along after this idea, and or we've inserted it by statute, arguing that the existing constitution allows it. So this started heavily in Wisconsin in the La Follette era, the progressive era in Wisconsin, which has now turned into a pretty regressive state in recent elections anyway. California has it. The downside to that is we ended up, I'm a former Californian, with elections where there were a dozen or more ballot items, initiatives, and the like, referendums, and it's more, I think, than the vast body of voters can deal with. Too many. There's plenty of research showing if you have too many choices, that the people stop making choices. They don't know what to do.
Well, that's in anything. Sometimes when you have too many choices, you can't function. And
we find it in the companies offering 401k plans who say, we have 521 choices for you. No, offer, 3 equity choices and 3 bond choices, or 2. Yeah.
Don't make me think too hard. I have to work all day. That's what, it's better if you have fewer options when you are dealing with something like that. David, we have this really interesting talk on Mondays where it's Economic Day. Maybe you can also join us on Mondays, because
I'm still teaching for the year.
You're teaching?
No. My teaching is on Mondays and it's over now. So we can do that.
Yeah, I just had my last board meeting in NC State, and I might apply for one of the professor positions that they've got out right now. But I kind of like doing this, even though we don't get paid. I've enjoyed all the people we meet. The level of intellect conversations have been it's just been so informative. But we definitely need more insight. economically, we're not going to make it if we don't use some brains here. And I think it's going to have to be the people are going to have to step up. We can't rely on the government. We need a lot more knowledge base for the people, and the people, we need to eliminate the fear, but the people are going to have to step up to the plate. We can't let the government take control of this.
Well, that's a long-term problem. And
It is.
I've often observed that in traveling around the world, I've had better conversations about culture, economics, diplomacy, military strategy, you name it, with a waiter in a rural Austrian restaurant, a cop in rural Slovakia, a random person who sat down next to me on the couch at the Traders Hotel in Singapore, than with American executives in their $4,000 suits sitting next to me on a coast-to-coast flight where I got upgraded and their bank paid for the ticket. And the reason is that the American education system is still trapped in the 19th century model of teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic and producing drones. So while we have the elite in America, the top 15%, who get a very, very good education, most Americans are taught, you're to learn these skills and then go to work and do what you're told to do and keep your mouth shut. And critical thinking skills we don't teach. And so one of my friends here in Rochester is a Soviet Jew who grew up in Siberia, which tells you how much his father was in favor with the Russian army. He was an officer. His knowledge of American history, from the civil rights movement to a Manifest Destiny, you name it, is superior to anybody I've ever known in America who doesn't teach American history. And he only went through high school learning this stuff. He was a filmmaking student in college and became a filmmaker before he fled. It's just extraordinary that we stick to this model, this out-of-date model of education in America. And it's what I saw in my Chinese students who got a Western-style education. They had all the rigor that we see, but it's going to take a long time to turn over a society to do that, to develop a different aggressive attitude. And remember, America was settled by the Europeans who settled America, were the people who weren't in the guilds. They weren't in the equivalent of unions. So guess what? To the seventh generation, they continue to have hostility to unions, even though they're in their interests.
And something that you've said today is something that I mentioned the other day with Nick when he was on talking, is that we are literally living in a country that lives off of the 18th century laws and 19th century education. We have not evolved above either of those. And we need to, maybe this is the reset button we needed. And like you said, we need to change who's in office. And maybe we need to change the infrastructure of the office. Maybe it's no longer needed. With the use of technology and blockchain, maybe the people's voice can become a little bit bigger and managed. There's ways to do this, but we're definitely living in an archaic mannerism.
Archaic structures.
Yeah, archaic structures. We've never changed them. And it's very expensive for somebody to make office. And this is something that still bothers me is, we talked about this too, but the primaries, you have to be very, very wealthy. And I like your idea of giving them a budget. You mentioned this on our first TV show or when we met. And I love that idea from that day forward. Why can't we just give them each the same budget? You become president with this money. No other money, this money. And that's it. But it's not like that. If you notice the primaries, a lot of the people had to drop out because it was costing too much money to go from state to state. And it was just crazy.
The idea of public mental health really intrigues me, because I think the way we as ordinary citizens, and I'm really no expert, and I'm not sure exactly what you mean by public mental health, but I think that if it is mental health of people like us, ordinary citizens, we could, we need to get a little better organized to deal with democracy, I think. So I'm really excited to learn a little bit more about what you're doing, Dr. Muncy.
Yes, I am too. And I'm just, if I can just interject, if you go to DC Report and just put in the word Bandy, Bandy, all of Dr. Lee's articles will come up, and she'll lay out her idea of public mental health. So I'm sorry, Dr. Manzi.
Yeah, but Dr. Manzi, what is your
There is, if you look at the global statistics, like 1 in 6 people suffer from mental health disorders. Now, whether they are calculated, whether they are getting treatment, not getting treatment, those all figures vary, and they are very low compared to when you see the actual statistics and figures. And that is actually very worrying on a global level, not just for any one country or one nation. Like the pandemic right now, I mean, the way it has affected lives all around the world at once. So I think the second stage of the pandemic will be us getting ready to go back to what will be that new normal, because there is no going back to how the things were anyway. So to deal with that new ideas and new things, like currently when we were conferencing with a couple of clinical psychologists, and they were saying that, so with the workplace situation, this new work from home situations where people are working 20 hours round the clock, like without getting up from their computers, without getting up from their screens, and they're expected to, perform in that way. And yeah, So I mean, it is the need of the hour actually for especially for this new workplace culture which is coming in place on a corporate level, as well as for people who are forced inside right now because of the lockdown, and they don't know for how many months it is going to go on. The situation is going to go on like this. The most worrying thing is, so when I was living here, I've been here in New Delhi since 6 months now. In past 1 month, I've had 2 suicides just in my neighborhood. Yes. And it's extremely, extremely disturbing when, people just jump out of their 17th floor window, and I was like totally shattered and shocked. And I was like, how can one just end life like that, despite having so much global mental health awareness, despite people offering free help everywhere around the world? But there is just not enough. Enough is not done.
Can be very, very huge. And if you're relying on social acceptance of this, the Twitters, and you can become very bullied really fast or feel even more isolated. So I tell people, be very careful with the Facebook, because it could be a false sense of socializing. You can think you have friends or they're not, because it's not. So I think we are hitting a new kind of meltdown, and the isolation has not helped. We've been hearing about doctors committing suicides because they are not able to deal with the mass. And they're trained to deal with living and dying, but it breaks your heart because they're dealing with the massive amount that even their minds can't accept. So I think we're dealing now with a whole new environment of meltdown that we're going to have to address. I
think mindfulness, sorry to
go ahead.
You, but I think mindfulness really needs to be incorporated into education. The whole concept of mental health just being one of the option. It's not an option. It is an essential service, and it has to become a part of essential service. Otherwise, we are not going to win. So I think mindfulness really needs to be incorporated into education, and that is the main aim that our board is working towards, to raise that awareness amongst the educators, to raise that awareness, towards foundations who are working towards the same goal. And hopefully, one day we can get there.
Dr. Manzi, you say something very important there about the mindfulness, but also respect. And I don't know if David remembers this. I know I'm older. Well, you're a little older than me. But in our school and growing up, we had this thing called the Golden Rule, right? And it was all about respect. We also lost prayer in our school. And then we lost saying the Pledge of Allegiance in school. So we lost 100%, teaching respect in the schools. But the golden rule was always very important to me. Do unto others as you want them to do unto you. And we need, I think, to start emphasizing that again, right? That the common respect. If when you go out, wearing the mask isn't about protecting you, it's about protecting others from
Others.
you. And see, that's what I was saying in the very beginning when everybody said, oh, no, the mask isn't important. No, the mask isn't important about protecting me.
For you.
I'm trying to protect others in case
Others. Yes.
and nobody got that message for the first 3 weeks. And finally, then it started, you started hearing it. But the thing is that we lost respect. This took away respect. All of the TV shows that we had, the real life TV shows about disrespecting each other, we took away all of the things that are very important. And so when a person is isolated, they're not feeling the respect. They're not feeling that connection that they had. And I think we're going to see a rise in suicides. Maybe we've seen a decline in murders, which we believe the reason for that is people are scared to get around other people. But David mentioned something that was a big concern of mine, and he knows why, is, domestic violence. People are being killed in their own homes, and that has been a mission of mine for a very long time. And my first thing was, oh my God, we're in lockdown. What about all of those victims? Not just women, not just children, but all the victims that are now locked in the house with their monster. And so, there's a lot of mental issues going on right now, and I think it's far greater than 6%.
Yeah, in America, I think these shows you talked about where the crowd is riled up by the host and people scream, oh, you're cheating on your husband or your wife, or you're this or that, have been just awful. I'm particularly critical of the Disney-owned shows because they own the ABC television network, The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, in which they treat marriage like it's some sort of game. I think it's incredibly disrespectful, and yet I don't see anybody in the religious community who's been making noise about it. It's non-believers like me who've been complaining about it. And for people who live in isolation, who live alone, let's remember we have a drop in family size, not just in the US, but all over the world. We see this in Japan. I haven't seen numbers about India, but I know we've seen it in many countries. So you have a lot of people who are living alone, and this has got to be horrible if you don't have any out. My youngest child was staying we own a tiny apartment in New York City. It's 11 and a half feet by 14 feet, 156 square feet. So what's that in meters? It's a handful. About what?
About 50, I think.
15.
No, 15, I think 15.
About 15, yeah. So it's a tiny apartment. And one of my other children drove all the way to New York City, got her, and drove back without stopping, because there was no way she was going to spend months in that place. But what about people who don't have that option? They don't have dad or a friend or someone. And so this has got to be a really serious problem for them. And there are things we can do. The social media that's created problems can also be our benefit. And our family, we have been having Sunday night trivia games where a daughter who's a lawyer in Canada, daughter lives 2 miles away at her house. My wife and I, and the youngest daughter, and I'm hoping to add my oldest son, we play trivia games. We have a bunch of them. We're nerds, so we own like 25 of them that we've never played. And I've reached out to people I haven't talked to in years, colleagues from the 70s, to chat with them. But yeah, this is a real fundamental problem that the pandemic is creating, but there's a deeper problem about isolation and connection. And television, which somebody wrote a book about in the 70s calling it the plug-in drug. Television has done lots of benefits to it, but it's also had downsides. Every solution creates its own new problems.
Well, it's also driving us all to snack more, as we were told by one of the doctors the other day. He kept saying, unplug that commercial, unplug that commercial. Because, he doesn't
people who are living in isolation. So I think people who are living in isolation, they are doing that race thing, which is for dollar note. And basically, it's all about to win that race and to win rich and to be self-centered and to cut ties with their family and friends and just focusing on their own health and wealth and lifestyle. and after a point of time they realize that they are doing something which is not appropriate, and then they don't have that guts or will to talk to their family members, and that's why the isolation is growing more and more, and that's why people don't want to see to anyone else, and they try to talk to people who don't judge them, and those people are strangers. So strangers won't judge you. You can talk to a stranger. You will just have a normal conversation, and you don't, because that person doesn't know you in and out. And people who know you within your fraternity, they know you from in and out, and that's why you don't want to be judged from them. And that is the problem I think that also going on, especially among the youth. I am representing a youth, and I understand that what kind of problem they're facing. But I think that education should start from a family, because parents are more important to taught their child that what to do and what not to do, and what are the ways to protect yourself and your culture and your lifestyle, and what you need to do. And also, as Dr. Mansi said, mindfulness is very important. If you don't feed your children at an appropriate time that how you have to take care of the thing and how you have to create a stronger mind to fight or basically ignore a lot of things at a younger age, it's difficult for you to do the similar things at an older age, basically. Yeah. I have a daughter, and she's 4-year-old, and I'm trying to teach her what is pandemic and how to we have to carry it forward, and what are the ways and pros and cons and what we need to do. Because if we don't teach her, I mean, it's difficult for us to accept. I mean, what she'll do maybe in future. True. So we need to start from a family, and I think there are no course about parents, because parents also needs to learn and understand, and also, I mean, spread the news, and that is a new normal. I mean, all the parents should have to become teachers if things will go like this. All the online classrooms are going around, and for online classrooms in a home, parents should need to be aware what students are doing or what the children are doing. So I think we are not doing things at what we need to follow and what we need to do, and that's why the best practices are always welcome. We have to share our best practices around the world and take the things forward accordingly, because these kids are global kids now. These are not Indian kids or American kids or
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
We have this really cool thing going on Sunday for all these global kids that are in lockdown. We're letting them have a kids panel talk, and it's growing. We've got more kids joining us this week. Yeah. So on Sunday, they get together, and these little kids get to talk about COVID and have their own panel talk, and we get to learn from our kids what they see COVID as. We also have a little puppeteer coming on. She's absolutely beautiful. And so a little bit of entertainment for the kids. But we're kind of letting them kind of share their stories with each other from India, from the U.S. There's going to be some from Texas joining us. But, ages about 4 to 8, 4 to 6, getting on there and just sharing their impact. And the other thing we're doing is every Sunday night, kind of like you, David, with the game, we're doing a music cafe. And it's this live music, and you dial in. It's just like being at a cafe, and they're interviewing what I call, really super, super live performers that come on the show, and they do live music. Each week is going to be a different group of people, but the same beautiful Alexandra May. So we call it the Alexandra May Musical Cafe. But it kind of gives you that musical cafe feeling. Bring your date.
I'll play the TV so that our guests would be knowing what we are trying to do. So here's the TV.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't cheerleading while the boys play ball. I ain't no typical girl. No. I wanna be right there in the middle of it.
And that's every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah. Well, this is also
fabulous.
That is absolutely wonderful. I wrote a list of 15 things you can do when you're at home. And then one of my friends pointed out I had left out the obvious, most important thing: volunteering, like reading books to children out of the internet. But but there are a lot of things we can do if we think about it to be interactive and engage with other people and whatnot. I'm curious, Rakesh, you were in Hong Kong?
Yes.
Which is an incredibly tightly packed city. I've been there a number of times.
Very.
And although a special administrative district, it's got to comply with whatever Beijing wants. So, from your place, what can you observe, and what have you seen from TV and stuff about how people are dealing with this in Hong Kong?
Well, we're able to move around. I go to the city occasionally. I don't, not as often as I used to do earlier, but we move around and people are quite mindful. By and large, they. When I first came to Hong Kong, I told my mother that they are the most genteel people that I'd ever encountered, and I still hold that opinion. The pandemic hasn't affected them too much. Everybody wears a mask. If you don't wear a mask, people look at you with slightly raised eyebrows. Not too rude, but still just slightly raised eyebrows, and they probably stay a good distance away from you.
Yeah.
But I've hardly seen anyone in the main city, Hong Kong Island, or close to the peninsula next to that, Kowloon, where there's a person without a mask. In the more suburban area like New Territories, where I live, there are a few people now who started to not wear a mask, but majority of the people, I would say 85 to 90%, wear a mask regularly. I'm reminded of Prime Minister Modi, who said that the other day in the newspaper. I'm not a fan of his, but I liked what he said. He said, wearing a mask is a sign of your culture, because you really, as Kimberly said, you're protecting the other people. Right. It's especially a pandemic like this, where at times you're asymptomatic. You yourself don't know that you're positive. So this is, and I think this is something which is going to change our lives. Because when you wear a mask, people can't see whether you're smiling, really. They only see your eyes.
I don't know if it'll have any lasting effect, though, because I don't see any changes brought worldwide from the 1917 to 1920 pandemic. I mean, I think we'll go through this and then there'll be adjustment period. I don't think we'll have any fundamental structural differences. I may be wrong about that, but I doubt it. I do think it'll be a long time until the cruise ship industry comes back, if it does. And the airlines are already planning for, as far away as 2025 before they get back to the levels of travel they had pre the pandemic.
My guess is that we might see the passenger ship come back. May not be a cruise ship where it's all fun and games, but you might see a passenger ship, a faster one, come back. There used to be those ships earlier. So my guess is that should come back, because people would, want to be, at least you have some degrees of separation. But I don't know.
My curiosity is about the transit systems like in New York. And my son just like right at this cutoff time just moved to New York. And he was in a temporary apartment, and then he was moving to his, next place where he was going to be for a while. So I was very nervous. Unfortunately, he listened to me early on, because back in February, I was like, we need to start protecting ourselves. And so he did a lockdown earlier than everyone else. But my concern is he relies on the transit system. It's filthy. It's nasty. And that's where...
Well, you certainly don't want to grab the bar.
No.
That people use to stand up. I think that's one of the reasons that the outer boroughs of New York, particularly Queens, have had the highest levels of infection, because you're in this closed environment where water droplets can be around, and while surfaces don't appear to be a major factor, boy, those the things you grab, the bars on the subway cars, are a very obvious concern.
In Hong Kong, they clean it regularly every 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours. Sorry, Kimberly.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
They clean the escalators. You have people standing there with a disinfecting cloth as the handles move. So you hold on to that. It's clean. even in the train, the MTR as they call it here, it's cleaned regularly, not as often as the escalators, but it's quite clean. And people as such, they all carry the alcohol sprays and the disinfectant rubs, So they always carry.
In New York, Governor Cuomo just got the New York subway system to close for a few hours each night, so they do it once a day. But that's a much better idea, having clean crews going through these places all the time. And of course, you can wear gloves. We happen to have had a box full of disposable little gloves.
And you can get them real cost effective actually on our sponsor's website. We have a sponsor called the Shepherd Family Dollar Store. And in the US, we deliver to the US, and you can get a big pack of them for really, really inexpensive, and they deliver straight to your door, so you don't even have to go anywhere to shop. But you can hit the big green button. I'm not advertising here, but while we're doing it, hit the big green button on IBM.TV, and it will take you to the site where they sometimes have masks. Sometimes they sell out, but gloves, they always have gloves. Gloves are going to be important. PPE in general is going to become a very important part of our lifestyle.
Yeah.
And because again, it's the droplets. So if somebody's carrying, I think mask is number one. If you're wearing masks, that's going to be the number one. They say wear eye gear so that if it is in the air, but I think if we're wearing masks, we've proven that in Hong Kong, we've proven that in China, and other countries that adapted to the mask, that it really cuts down the rate. It's just data is everything, and data supports that. And New York scares me because they don't have the disciplines. But you know what, David? Something that I just came to my brain when we're talking about how Hong Kong is cleaning the subways constantly. This could be a new job for the people who are always there begging. Hand them a bottle, a disinfectant, and a clean. They're there anyway. They're there all day begging. So just we'll pay you.
I'm not sure about quality control, but.
Right, but now they got a bottle of disinfectant and they got a wipe, right? So they got a bottle of disinfectant and a wipe, and just say, "We'll pay you, $50 a day." That's more than what they make begging, and sing on the while you're cleaning, because that's what they do. They sing while they're there, So sing and clean.
The MTR has CCTV anyway, so you can monitor whether they're doing their job or not if you want to. They have CCTV, so you could.
Everybody's got one of these, and trust me, everybody uses them.
Dr. Monsees, your field is pharmacology.
Yes.
I know that vaccines take a very, very long time, and maybe we're going to get lucky with all of this concerted effort, sort of a Manhattan Project, not to build a bomb, but to come up with a vaccine. But there's also the issue of curatives if you do get infected. Can you enlighten us at all about how susceptible our coronavirus is some way different than other viruses in terms of their susceptibility to using drugs, using pharmaceuticals as a curative?
I think even with the vaccines, we are going to need an alternative support system of medicine, which will help people become immune slowly to the virus. So, because currently, even the mode of action of the virus and everything is not that clarified, because after every few weeks, we are having new data, we are having new information. Now we know that the virus can survive in air. Now we know it can survive for days. With all the new data and information, that is why the vaccines are taking so long as well, because there is just not enough data to, base it on. Also, with all the countries not reporting it all in a correct way and everything, there are so many reasons why we are lagging behind in all of them. So.
Okay.
Yeah. I want everyone to meet our executive producer, Nick Calavedo. Nick, we've got
Hey, look at this book, baby. This is a great book. Perfectly legal. If you haven't read it, you got to read this one. I know a lot of characters in this book, and they are characters. I'll tell you that. And it tells you the truth about what really goes behind the scenes. It's been around for a long time, but it's absolutely true. And then, It's still in print. I mean, you know, the thing is, it's an absolutely amazing book because it absolutely goes on every day in this country, and people don't know about it. And the people that do know about it want to keep it quiet. And then, David, you went up there and stirred up all the feathers. And I was going, oh, that's great. That's just what people want to know. And then here comes this guy. Who's he? Who's he? You know, and what happened? And I remember when you're at the studio, this is before he got elected, you say, you know, he might actually win the election. We're like, nah, he's so far behind. You did. You
did.
What happened? Guess what happened? Here we go, baby. Here we go.
Well, I'll tell you, I told my wife the other night, she was not able to come to my luncheon where I got the Pulitzer in 2001. And I said, you don't get to speak there. You just get your award. But the first thing they tell you every year is, well, at least you know the first line of your obit. Mm-hmm. My wife came in the door the other night and she said, it reminded me of that story. And then she looked at me and said, I'm sorry, darling, not you. And I looked at her, I said, oh my God, I'm married to Trump right to the grave.
Oh. Well, you know, the thing is, this all came true. Here it is. Yeah. You know, so it's kind of
that
an amazing
book actually came out just prior to Trump.
Oh, yeah, prior to him electing. Right.
Right before the election.
2016. Yeah. Nobody would do a book. Nobody would do a book in 2015 when I said, we got to do a book on Trump. They all said, he's going to disappear.
Right.
And then a publisher called up and I had 31 days, 3 were committed and I needed 1 day off. So I had 27 days to write this book.
Right.
But I had all the research. So I just had to, I lived this crazy life where I would write, fall asleep, wake up, go back to the typewriter. I had one of my daughters who would take all my mess and put the files back together. And nobody's reported a single error in that book. It has my email in it. Yeah. There's things I wish were in it.
Of course.
But that's the second book. That's the second book.
That was your second book.
I've done 7. That's the 7th of my 8 books.
Yeah, when you won the Pulitzer Prize, what did you win the Pulitzer Prize based on? Because I knew you won that long before you wrote
it. It was for exposing all sorts of corruption and loopholes in the tax system. In fact, I just now that I'm a pensioner, I just had an obituary I wrote as a freelancer in the New York Times. There were about I think there were 15 people in separate trials who went to prison over my reporting, and 4 of them now have died in prison because they wouldn't, they were offered deals, confess to your crimes and you'll get 2 years, and no, I didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
And 4 of them now, and it's really kind of sad. That's a public mental health issue here, where people who can't admit that they were completely wrong, ended up dying in prison. The most recent one was this con artist who was a small town flim flam guy in Kansas, and suddenly saw a national opportunity, and bingo, $84 million flows into his pockets.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the fact is there are Ponzi schemes going on all the time.
Yeah.
When I was teaching my class at Campbell University Law School, I said they're going on all the time. You just don't know where they are. And then that was prior to Madoff, and then all of a sudden Madoff came out. And of course, as we sit and we're talking today, there's stuff going on all the time. It's just so hard to go out and find who's actually doing the Ponzi schemes, and they're being done worldwide. I mean,
and people often won't report them because they're embarrassing. We've had several cases in the U.S. of where a spouse commits suicide because they've hidden from their spouse that all the money is gone, and they get to retirement and there's nothing. And rather than own up to it, they kill themselves. This is a horrible, terrible outcome. And law enforcement doesn't put a lot of attention into white-collar crime. We're very focused on
Nick and I are familiar with that.
Absolutely true, because we had I've had 3 of them, big ones, but one of them that actually affected one of our companies close to home. It was an internal embezzlement of $147,000. And what happened was we had hired this guy who was an attorney, and he was an attorney, he became our chief operations officer. And then when we found he did the embezzlement, we went to the cops. The cops goes, oh, yeah, he used to be an attorney, but you did know that he was disbarred and spent a year in Leavenworth for trafficking illegal goods and for theft. And he had this whole huge things. And I was going, no, I didn't know that. And he said, well, why don't you do a background check on him? Because lawyers, if you remember the bar, you already have a background check done on you through the FBI. But what happens if you tell people you're an attorney and you're not? Then that's the problem. Now, today we have a little bit better system in terms of doing background checks. Yeah, actually, because of the internet, has made it a lot easier. But this was back, in the early 2000s. In fact, it was difficult. And then the other companies I work with, the insurance companies, do all our background checks for us. But what happens is that every now and then somebody can, quote, escape through the system like he did.
Right.
And
Nick, there's a career path for these people.
Of course.
I in the early 70s, I think it was 1973 or 74, I wrote in the Detroit Free Press about the looting of a bank in Cow County of Michigan, out in the countryside. Yep. And I made it a point to put every name of every guy I could in the piece.
Yep.
I'm in San Francisco in the late 70s for the LA Times, and a bank gets looted in San Mateo, and lo and behold, it's the guys who were junior in the deal in Michigan who are now running this scheme. And I spoke with an FBI agent once about a guy I exposed who was selling dealerships for a non-existent car. Mm-hmm. And he was telling me that he had been tracing, people through their job training program and career development and mentors, but the Bureau wasn't really interested in it.
Yeah, right. And you're right about white collar crime. We looked at it. It was like a $600 billion industry or something really huge.
A big number, whatever it is.
It was a big number. And then regular crime was like 1/10 of it. It was like $6 billion something. Yeah. And part of the real problem is that when you do go to the FBI, because I went to the FBI in this case, they go, well, he was an officer of a company. Yeah, he was. Well, then that belongs in the civil.
It blows it out the water.
It blows out the water immediately. It's now a civil action, and they drop. Okay,
this is how Donald Trump got everywhere that he got, because he had no board of directors. He was his own boss, and except for the brief period when the bankers had him under some control,
right,
he never had to account to anybody.
Of course.
And so he got away with all this stuff.
Of course. But the thing is, if you're a CEO of a major publicly held company, you have to work your way through the system and you're vetted. But if you own your own company, you become the CEO, you'd have nobody vetting you. You just become. You basically.
Here's a really big problem in our law enforcement system. Cybersecurity, and cyber crimes are huge. And a lot of times you'll hire somebody in your company and they end up stealing everything from your company, especially say your CTO, right?
Right.
And so you got your CTO and they commit the cybercrime. You got all the data. You have your contracts in place that says that they can't do this, but they added one more little thing that you have to do, and I do that now. But I've had the inventors contracts, the contracts that say they can't do this and this. But when I filed my report with the FBI, they go, well, he was your CTO. He had every right to be in there. I said, but not as a criminal, not to steal the data, not to sell it to somebody. And they said, but he was the CTO. This becomes a civil crime now. And I'm like, no, because my agreement says, and they go, so they do this as much as they can.
Exactly. Because it's legally much more complicated to prosecute a white-collar criminal than it is to if somebody breaks into your house and they have the crowbar and somebody got bleeds. They can think about how to do it. When you do things internally or you do something through a financial mechanism, it's much more difficult. Right now, the scam or scheme that's going through the United States, it's like an economic virus. It's called a restricted property trust. Literally, I go, what are you got? You got to go check this one out. Every now and then it hits our office in Salt Lake, and I go, what are they talking about? And they go, well, it's a 4918. If Sixth Planet does this, that eliminates your taxes. Okay, I mean, it's always at the end of the day, your taxes are all going away through some mechanism that, when you go do your research, has no validity in law and fact. Right. But what happens is some of these people sell and make millions of dollars through these schemes. There was, I think, a Department of Justice website or someone I used to pull down that actually reports all the schemes around the world that are around the United States that are going on right now. I mean, it's really, really clever.
Or at least that they know about.
But it's an absolutely huge industry. Yeah. And I think that's part of the problem. Like with the Secure Act, what they're worried about is actually little people getting some money, because we were looking at.
We were talking about that earlier.
Okay, and the PPEP, the PPEP program, which is designed for first of all, when they give out everybody $1,200, that's pretty easy. But now when you have to make that application, they structured the system that if you're a small business, you might do okay. But the bigger you are a small business, the better you do because you get good advice. But I've talked to some of our financial guys that go, I'm a sole proprietorship. I get knocked out because of the way they file their taxes. So the little guy that needs it the most basically is not going to get it.
Well, and a number of the banks put in rules like your business had to have a savings account. How many businesses do you know that have a savings account?
They don't. Yeah, no,
Right.
You're right. That's what they did, and it's also the way they report on their Schedule C. Their Schedule C reporters as opposed to 1120 reporters. Right. And here's the other thing I found out by talking to my office in Salt Lake. They go, well, you know, the financial services industry, the insurance financial firms force the income to go to you as an individual, almost forcing you to take everything as a Schedule C that doesn't apply. And so I asked Max, I go, well, how do you get around it? He says, I turn around. We used to do that all the time. Turn around and then expense it to my S corporation. So everything flows through the S corporation. But you have to know enough to do that. Some of these people don't know enough to do it.
But the government could have done this, Nick, in a much different way. Because of our tax system, everybody has either a Social Security number or an employer identification number. And we could have run this without the banks through that system. And so what we've run a piece, or maybe I've got it about to run from one of my reporters, that this was really an exercise in building and deepening relationships between the biggest banks and their most lucrative customers. Little businesses that went and applied, in many cases, they were just locked out because the money was gone just instantly at the top. And I don't think we should be bailing out large publicly traded companies. We have a bankruptcy system if that becomes necessary. We have companies that we revive through the bankruptcy system. But mom and pop operators who are almost all lightly capitalized, even if they're prosperous and living a very good life and have a fancy house and a place, another vacation home, their business itself is lightly capitalized. And half the jobs in America are with small businesses. And
that is correct.
So that should be the focus. And my wife runs a $500 million charitable endowment she built up from nothing. She has about 30 employees. The foundation does, not her, but under her. And we were discussing that if she were to lose all those people, the skills that are needed for all the many things that a community foundation does would be, you can't just hire somebody off the street and give them an hour of training. This is a subtle, complex field. And it involves the community as well as the financial side of it. So the Danes got it right. The Danes basically said to companies, we're going to cover your payroll up to a certain threshold. And that's the smart way, I think, to go about this. And these concerns that, oh my God, we have all this debt. Whenever the government is spending money like this, John Q. Citizen is better off. The data on that's just irrefutable. And in the case of the 2008 meltdown, where the Fed injected all this money, it's been bringing it back bit by bit until this happened. So this is a temporary matter, and there's no sign anywhere we're going to have inflation. I mean, that's an absurd idea. Yeah, right.
TARP program, but that was top down for the most part.
Yes. I was very critical of that. It's on my Wikipedia page. Everybody else is all.
The thing I think we need to really focus on, though, again, like we were talking earlier, and Nick, I'm real excited because David said he can join us on our Monday economic talks.
Monday.
Focus on a package. We're not a package, but a program for the small people to help them figure out how to get out of the situation and back into the world.
On the Monday talk, we should get back. Who was it? Ted Snyder, who was the economics professor at Yale and former dean of Yale Business School, and now currently the economics professor. But he was saying, well, we need to do this because the University of Chicago has some very interesting people. But he was saying we should do some testing between the states on the coronavirus. But wait a minute, we don't have to do that. We have testing worldwide. In other words, testing to see who's doing the best. Hong Kong, Rakesh, who you talked to, Hong Kong has no coronavirus cases right now. They implement a lockdown.
4 deaths.
4 deaths. They implement
New Zealand and Australia have done very well. And South Korea, that's the standard we use at DC Report is South Korea.
Sure.
If you adjust for population, if we'd done as well as the South Koreans, we'd have a little over 1,500 deaths. We have 62,000 we know of. We also know the Financial Times was the first to do this. They just took historic death data for years, ran it as a line, and you can see the little tiny variations. And then they did recent deaths and showed all these spikes. In New York City, where typically 20 to 25 bodies a day are taken from apartments or businesses or shopping where people just die.
Yep.
They've been running over 200 a day almost every day in April, as high as 280.
Mhm.
There's no other explanation for this. And if your body isn't tested, they don't count you as a coronavirus case.
Right.
So clearly the death toll is massively higher. And so our position at DC Report is Donald Trump didn't cause this problem, but every death above 1,500, that's his responsibility because he didn't act, he denied, and we were warned at the end of November, our intelligence agencies, we get our money's worth for what we spend on intelligence in this case. It just wasn't used. We knew in November that if we had acted in November.
It was locked under classified. There was a lot of information transferred under classification, and it should not have been classified. It should have been transparent.
Ankit, can you
should have gone to him?
Ankit, put up a list of the world and who's leading the world in the coronavirus. You have that wonderful list that you shared. Screen.
Here, it's me because he can't do it right now because technology. Hold on.
Okay, the technology. Okay, Kim, if you can put it up. This is the problem I have. Okay, David.
Yeah.
Oh, Ankit, you just did it?
Yeah.
You're working? Okay. I didn't know you were. I didn't know you had it working. Okay.
As we are told, the United States has the best healthcare system in the world.
Yeah, right.
The most expensive healthcare system in the world. That's what we're told, right? Now let's look at the data. Okay. If you said of all these countries, which country did the best job with the most expensive healthcare system in the world and the best healthcare system in the world, would you say, after looking at this data, it's the United States of America who did the best? Would you?
No, not in a million years.
Not even close. If you look at the data doesn't justify the rhetoric. If we are the best healthcare system in the world, and we spend close to $2 trillion a year on our healthcare system, why is it that we have 1 million people infected? We have 63,000 deaths. Our deaths per million, which is a very important factor, is extremely high, 3,000 and change. And basically, it looks like, in my opinion, looking at data, it's an abject failure. And so why are we so arrogant to think we're the best when the data doesn't report that? It's just I
think it's our president who thinks we're the best. I don't think anybody in the real world thinks that. Delusional Donald thinks that.
Yeah, well, of course. And okay, now also here's something humorous.
You're making Ankit's day. You're making
our international people. Okay, here's another interesting thing. Okay, David, when he was assembling the best scientific minds in the world, and I went to check to go over the problem, this Manhattan Project. How many people came from outside the United States? Zero. Everybody in the United States. So you're telling me, with a demographic of 7.8 billion people compared to 300 million people, that all the best minds are in that country with 300 million, and there's zero in the other 6.3 billion people.
Well, Nick, don't forget, during the campaign, Donald said that the best advisors resided in his own head. Listen, I'm happy to do your show again. I've got to go because I've got something I've got to do in 2 minutes. So.
Yeah. All right. Well,
it was great to be with you. All right.
Economics.
We'll send you Monday's link, David, and we'll see you on Monday.
Fantastic.
All right.
Thank you.
Join us at the cafe on Sunday.
All right.
Join us at the cafe.
The new greeting. We learned from India. The new greeting. You get used to it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Take care. All right. See, Rakesh, I actually use your data all the time now when you keep telling me about Hong Kong, because I had no idea until you said, hey, we don't have any deaths here. I'm going like, wait a minute. Hong Kong should have a morgue out there. In other words, you should be sitting there pulling the bodies off the street if you're in New York City, because do you know there's a lot of people who fled New York right now just to get away from all the deaths, and their plan is not to come back. In other words, it's so bad. Oh, yeah. You know, Ankit, see, the thing is, it's so bad there that a lot of these people are leaving and they're not coming back, and they're from really nice environments in the Upper East Side. They're moving out to the way away from the city. They're moving to New Jersey. They're getting away from it. But if you think about it, the rate of infection and deaths there are so high. The sirens go off all the time. The infections are so bad. The morgues are stacked. The bodies are sitting back there. Would you sit in a city like that when you know you can get in your car and just drive away? No, you know, and I'm sitting in a county, we just checked, we have 154 infected people, no deaths, but there's a county in North Carolina that only has one. And I kept thinking maybe I should move to that county because we're very mobile. You can get up and just say goodbye. A lot of the people in New York are either they're hunkering down or they're just frankly leaving. And if you think about it, it makes mathematical sense unless you're not afraid of getting it, because you can't. You touch a doorknob, somebody touches, somebody blows on you didn't know, all of a sudden you become infected. Now, so I was thinking about, shoot, I should just get a plane ticket and go to Hong Kong. No problem. You know, I'll wear the mask. I got a mask right here, buddy. See? All right, I can fit right in. You know, so the thing is, and New Zealand, the same thing, because why not go to New Zealand, hang out there for a couple months until this kind of blows over or they have a treatment. The latest thing out there, and we didn't get into this, remdesivir. Yeah, does it work? Doesn't it work? We don't know yet. I mean, seriously, Gilead's
one of those labs in they are close to finish their third trial, and if they pass it, so the vaccine will cost around $15.
Right. Yeah. Well, one of the problems you have here, and I know we get a lot of doctors on, but I was actually going to quote from you from the Federal Trade Commission, is that the thing is, if you make claims, a lot of physicians lose their licenses if you make a claim that you can't support, or you talk about something that may not work. And there's a whole big thing here from the Federal Trade Commission that basically comes in and they shut it down. The FDA shuts them down. In other words, basically the government cuts you into pieces and leaves you out to dry. So even doing this, saying, hey, should you think about having one of these things, which is, I think is pretty cool. It's a tool that you put on your little finger and it measures your oxygen. You know, they do this when I go to the doctor. Now, is it giving somebody medical advice? You know, you're going to end up in prison and jail in the United States, the FDA, blah, blah, blah. You know, I'm not giving anybody medical advice. This is a little tool you should look at. But this is what happens over here in this wonderful country. And I know we're purportedly better than China. And notice I use the word purportedly, but seriously, you know, if you're a medical doctor and you get on our show, and Dr. Yu is a little out there. I notice he will say things, and Moskowitz will say things. I'm going, woo, you guys have never talked to the feds, baby. You put on something like this, and the feds sit and they look at your show, and you get some government guy, I mean, you know, looking at your show, and they go, he's giving medical advice. There's no proof that that'll work. It won't do anything, blah, 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 blah. And they send you a 500-page cease and desist, blah, 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 blah. And that happens here all the time. Are we better than China? Probably. Are we super good? No, because there's a lot of, I call it macro management that does exist, and they use the weight of the government to basically force you out. Now, part of it is good, though. What they're trying to do is try to prevent the charlatans that are out there for saying, hey, I got this little pill. If you take it, it's going to cure you, you know, because there's a lot of charlatans out there that do that. And some of the charlatans are medical doctors, like, no kidding. In other words, and they end up in a lot of trouble. You know, that's the reason us lawyers, we do pretty good, because there's always somebody getting in trouble. If there wasn't, lawyers wouldn't have anything to do. But the thing is, they'll say, hey, take this little pill and it'll do better, blah, blah, blah. So even though we have the freedom to speak is also limited. It does actually have its limitations. That'll help you people out in China, in case you don't know. Even as an attorney, there's a rule that a lot of people don't know about, but if you look at it, an ethical rule. A lawyer like myself cannot bash the legal system. I'm not kidding. It sets the ethical rules. If I was to say the legal system here sucks, it does this, that, and the other thing, the bar associations come down on me and try to take my license. I say try. They actually will take people's licenses. So as you move up the food chain and you have a professional license, your ability to speak freely is diminished. Could you speak freely? Yes, but they'll take your license and then you get your freedom to speak. You see what I mean? So if somebody overseas, like in Hong Kong, go, well, in America, you all have freedom of speech. Not really. It's sort of freedom to speak. And there's a whole, the thing is, I don't think they have constitutional law courses over there. But I remember that over here when I was taking con law, there's a whole huge book just on that one issue, the freedom of speech and how the limitations of the freedom of speech. One of the cases was always, if you're in a crowded theater, can you yell fire? In other words, you scare everybody because you're exercising your freedom of speech. But there's a lot of cases as to what extent does freedom of speech stop, So when I see things over in China and I go, well, you got to realize that there are limitations to all constitutional rights and guarantees, and you have to kind of have to get over it. I mean, that's it. Now, also speaking about freedom of speech, you guys probably saw it in Michigan. A bunch of people come in with AK-47s because you have the right to bear arms here. So they bring in their big guns. They're looking real macho. And they're saying, well, we want to have the government reopen Michigan or Wisconsin or wherever the heck state it is, right? But here's the problem with that school of thought. Viruses don't really care about your guns. They really don't. I've not seen one virus that goes, oh, there's an AK-47. I guess I better avoid it. They could care less. The thing is, they'll get right on your AK-47 into your mouth, digestive system, and parasite you to death and take you over and you'll die. They don't bloody care. Now if they all brought hand soap and said, we're going to reopen it, then that's a whole different story. But see, in America, we believe, gosh, if we got a gun, that'll stop everything. Ain't stopping this virus. I have not seen it stop this virus at all. It looks pretty mean if you're another person out there, but viruses really just don't have a thought about somebody that's carrying a gun or a weapon. But this is typical of the things that go on here. And one thing I do like about the program is that I think we diminish the myths of really what happens here in the United States. I really believe, because after talking to Ankit about Bollywood versus Hollywood, there's a myth that all the Hollywood stuff is good. And that's not true. Well, there's a lot of trash that's out here. And there's a lot of stuff that probably shouldn't be on any television. I mean, it leads. Frankly, it's bloody disgusting. In other words, they put out junk food movies and people will eat it, just like they eat our junk food. And apparently we exported our junk food over to your country. And kid, I do apologize. But when it happened, okay, and the thing is, I admit it, it tastes good. I mean, at least it does. I mean, it goes after all your senses that you believe is good for you, and it isn't. It's like its own form of virus. And so what happens is, where is my wonderful junk food? Here we go. There we go. Right. Pringles. Okay, here we go. Coca-Cola.
Really? Junk food, maybe junk food in terms of eating or maybe consuming something new. So junk is easy to sell around the world. But if you talk about best practices, I think no one would like to listen to you as well. Maybe it's not about pandemic, but generally, I mean, people don't share good practices. But it's easy to sell junk food and junk talks and junk news and fake news and things like that, and that is why I always show this dollar note, because this is what brings all the junk to your life.
Yeah, you can train us in America to do this when you do that. There I go. Yes, I totally understand. Because the thing is, and what happens is that it has created obesity over here, and that's the reason when Dr. Sagu got on and you got on and said, "Hey, there's an obesity problem in India." I go, "What are you talking about? Nobody in India should be obese. You guys are all thin and eat good food, right?" Well, I guess that was 20 or 30 years ago, and that's not the case today. Apparently, you're suffering from an obesity problem that we
are also suffering from those Pizza Huts and those McDonald's and those KFCs and those Coca-Colas and things like that. So we are also following what Americans have done, and then that's what I'm saying. There are no best practices. People are easy to sell those items, and I think same thing happened in Hong Kong as well.
Yeah, well, KFC will probably never be our sponsor, but come on, KFC has what they call fried chicken, deep fried, deep fat, high calorie, bad food basically for you, bad for you, but boy, it tastes good. And Chinese buy a lot of it, which is not a good idea. I guess the revenge is they're going to send us a virus every time we send them KFC, you know. But the thing is, it is extremely bad, and what happens is we export it apparently around the world, and unfortunately the people around the world buy it because they just don't know any better, you know. It comes from America, it's got to be good, right? Try again, it's junk food, guys. You know. And the thing is, it's really, really hard to see. And yeah, in the Hollywood scene, the Hollywood movies are kind of the same thing. We export our junk around the world, and people buy that. But that doesn't mean there aren't some good movies, and that doesn't mean there aren't some good food chains out there. But you almost have to go to Consumer Reports to find them, and then they'll actually tell you. There's one good. It's called Panera Bread here. I don't know if it's made it overseas yet, but actually they did a whole report on it. It actually has good food, and it's a fast food chain. In other words, it's a chain, but actually has good food, and it actually tastes good. You know, it's, hopefully someday it'll make it to India and Hong Kong, but it's called Panera Bread. We should get the Consumer Reports here.
It's there in India.
Panera Bread's in there? Okay. Panera Bread, I have the whole Consumer Reports that actually does an analysis on which is high quality chains and which are low quality chains in terms of what's good for you and isn't. But you almost have to look through a Consumer Reports, because if you're not looking through somebody who did objective data on it, you're trying to do it yourself, you can't. You know, I mean, you go, well, this isn't so bad, is it? And you grab it and you eat it, and then it takes a while to figure out what's bad.
So there is one more thing. There is one more thing to it. So suppose if I want to launch a healthy food chain, global chain around the world, I don't get that VC's funding. I don't get that funding for what is required, because no one wants to buy it and no one wants to put money on that, and that is the problem. That
is true. That is true. We do have a race to the bottom, they call it. In other words, the thing is if you have, yeah, and see, that's the problem with that little dollar bill. If you have a choice to have quality food but you have a less profit margin, or you have non-quality food but you have a higher profit margin, you know, you tend to go, as an investor, you go, well, how do you make more profits? Where's that non-quality food? And you export it. I think there is going to be some places which you can actually, Panera Bread types, because I did have that the other day, and I thought, really good? Are you kidding me? This food is also good for you. There's going to be, certainly at some point in time, a recognition, but you have to educate people on that recognition of good food, but also good for you. You know, there's no education in that in the United States. I don't know if you guys took Nutrition 101 when you were in high school. Did you take a class in nutrition when you were in school?
My wife is a nutritionist, so
so you did. Okay, she did. Okay, right. But in our education system in the wonderful United States of America, there is no nutrition classes for elementary, middle school, and high school. Why not?
There should be.
There should be. Okay. That's what I'm saying about our educational system needs to be completely revamped. Not just revamped, but completely revamped. I mean, I took Algebra 1, Algebra 2. I took geometry. I took calculus, pre-calculus, all this stuff. You know how useful it is for me today? Nothing. It's totally, I mean, it was fun. I mean, you know, you got to do a lot of slopes of a curve, and you got to do vectors and mazes. But in terms of utility, of actually something I could use on a day-by-day basis, unless you're going into engineering, it's totally useless. And so what happens is that we don't teach things in our classes today, and this is the fault of our education system, which is not the top in the world. You know, the top educational system using metrics, okay, that are designed in the 18th century is actually Finland. And they have what they call the PC scores every year. Okay, the PC scores. But remember, it's metrics that are used that are pulled from the 19th century. We could actually have a 21st century education system in this country if somebody be willing to sit down and design one. And nutrition should be part of our educational system. Why? 40% obesity rate, there's a good enough reason. You know what I mean? In other words, okay, if you're going to go to school and you're going to graduate, you better take Nutrition 101. You see what I mean? We started this program on financial literacy. Now we call it financial fitness, because no one wants to be known as illiterate, but everybody wants to be fit. Where's the financial fitness courses in this country? There aren't any. Could we have one? Yes. Is it more useful than Algebra 2? Yeah. A lot of people aren't going to be engineers. You know, so and can we have basic, medical health as a class? Absolutely. But do we have even one? Medical health 101, medical fitness? No, we have zero. So what happens is that when the kids are staying home, they're not getting their education. Oh, things are going to fall apart. I'm thinking, hey, this is a great opportunity for them to get educated, and that's to go outside the education system. Seriously, if we could get the teachers to line up the programs out there, and a lot of them are good and they're on the internet. Matter of fact, there's a guy called Khan who does the Khan Academy. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Salman Khan, yes.
Yeah, Salman Khan does the Khan
IIT
Academy.
graduate, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So the thing is, there are people like him that put together programs, and if you have the teachers that put together a useful set of programs for students to learn, the elementary students could learn that. And so at some point in time, we need a revamp here, a relook of our education system and bring us into the 21st century. I doubt if it's going to happen. Even after the coronavirus, we're going to migrate back to the same. In other words, nothing's going to change. In other words, it would be nice to see a change, but I just don't see anything. I don't think you're going to look at Nutrition 101 or Financial Fitness 102 anytime soon in any educational system in the United States. Anytime soon.
I think once we pass on the pandemic, I think things will be normal and people will come back to the normal routine, and they forget about the pandemic and they live their king-size life the way they were doing earlier.
Yeah.
I think because we have a very short-term memory, and then if there's a good learning, we should do the things and implement it in the lifestyle. But I believe that most of them will stay away and they will live the way they were living earlier. And also, when you talk about all programs to be incorporated, I think the important program which we need to add is how to overcome your failures, because people are failing every day and they don't know how to overcome and start doing the things again. And that is very important, I think, because if someone is failing and people are doing all kinds of comments, and it's difficult for that person to overcome and try hard and try to do it again. And also in India, what happens is that a doctor will be a doctor for a lifetime. Mm-hmm. I don't know why we can't change our specialties and fields in between if we think that we can be a much better person if we choose a different field altogether. So these kind of things to be done, because we are in a dynamic global world. Things are changing every day, every now, and we have different situations around the world coming up. So I think we should come up with these kind of plans so that we can change our lifestyle, our profession, our living dynamically as the world progresses. Mm-hmm. That's what I believe.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think our IBM TV does a good job of actually bringing Americans together with the people in India and the people in Hong Kong and South Africa and people in Poland and Australia. Yeah, is that a country? Yeah. The thing is,
Singapore.
Singapore. Yeah, because one problem that we also have, and you guys will start noticing it as I bring the Americans on more often, that you'll notice the thing is, when you guys are from other countries, they go, wait, you don't believe in the NFL? The NFL isn't something that you follow every day? They don't get that. So when you're saying, that's the reason I want to tell you, what do you guys think of the NFL? And you don't go, NFL like they do here. And they're kind of shocked. And then they start thinking, wait, if you don't believe in the NFL, well, there only must be a minority of people. And then Ankit goes, how about 1.3 billion people? And then he goes, no, that can't be true. You see the problem is that they just don't get that. They don't recognize it. But over here, the NFL is so big. It's like, do you know they actually will sue people in the United States for using the term on the air NFL? I am not kidding. That's how big it is. In other words, that's how much you have to worship the NFL for those people who don't worship the NFL. And Meena has arrived. Right. Meena, where are you from?
I'm actually born and raised in India.
Where are you from?
However, I came to the United States when I was 14.
Oh, okay. All right. So are you beaming in from the U.S. then?
Yes, I am. Thank you for having me. Thank you to all of you, and especially to Ankit Ji. Thank you.
Ankit knows everybody. Has 1.3 billion Facebook followers. Okay.
Does he even remember having the 10-minute conversation with me then?
Probably not. He just
it happens.
I have a good memory.
You do.
I'm a good.
He knows all 1.3 billion of his Facebook followers.
And you know what go ahead.
Go ahead.
I said I know how we connected as well on Facebook. So I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, he's
Thank you. And you know what? He is right on cue. I'm serious. I have
know.
a feeling he really does know them.
He does
because
know them.
I am not on Facebook. We have a team that really manages most of it. So I'm on it, but I'm off it. And truth be told, that's just what it is. The only reason I'm even on it is because we actually launched a group that's called Praises and Promises.
Oh, really? Okay.
And yes.
What city are you in right now?
Right now, actually, we are in Washington Township, New Jersey.
Okay, New Jersey.
Which is close to Clinton, which is where we're based out of. How's that?
Okay. All right. Right. So you're close to the epicenter of the coronavirus.
Well, yes, but you know
New
what?
York.
My husband and I'm serious. We are not worried. I don't know what it is. We're
That's because you're in New Jersey. You got that big river between you and the problem that's over there. You have the Lincoln. Unless you go through that Lincoln Tunnel, you're okay. Don't worry about it.
That's true. And you know what? My husband and I have no desire to go into the city anyway.
Okay. Right. You're not.
But I mean, it's just amazing. What I'm finding, though, I'll be honest with you, is this is like the perfect opportunity, not only for me, but for our foundation to really grow from here, because there's no quote unquote running around, going here, talking to this one, going over. I mean, I'm just looking at it as a wonderful opportunity for us, you know, and we wouldn't have connected. So I guess we've been forced into it. I understand. But what would happen if we just changed our mindset?
The whole idea of the virus is actually to stop the pollution of the world, and Ankit can now see the Himalayas in his backyard. He didn't get to see it before. He got to see the blue skies. What are blue skies? The pollution is all going away, and perhaps global warming will go down. And we're getting a big bloody reset that we needed a long time ago, and was caused by this little virus that runs around and says, yes, we need a reset. So tell me, Meeta, what do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
I am a life coach, and more specifically, I am a recovery and a relationship life coach.
Okay, that's necessary for everybody. So you have the whole world as a potential client.
The whole world is our audience. Exactly.
You got a big audience here.
I loved what Ankit was doing with this. So I just, you see so much stuff, but we had already launched the group, which is Praises and Promises. Because my husband and I were like, no, and my only question I kept asking for myself for a week. So I'm doing a lot of self-coaching, remember?
Right.
And I said, oh God, how can I and we be an inspiration to people? There's just so much news and misinformation and negativity, and people are, and now what's happening though, Nicholas, if I may, people are even more scared. Now they don't want to touch. Now they don't want to even be close to their loved ones. And I'm just like, no. I mean, I will respect and honor the policies, what the government is saying. Yes, I practice social distancing. Thank you. Thank you for that. I don't have my gadgets. Okay, guys. Mine is really just a scarf. Seriously. Wait, if you guys give me a minute and take me off screen or whatever, I can literally show you. I just bought these from
off screen. See, I know how to do this. I've learned to do this. And by the way, this is an N95. Notice it is top of the line here for anybody who wants to get a look on that. And that's supposed to protect you from all sorts, but it really doesn't.
I've got a question for you.
Sure.
Where have all your assassins gone?
What do you mean assassins?
The two best presidents of the United States have been assassinated.
Oh, quiet. No, thing is, we already know that when you get somebody that's really bad, they So anyway.
No, I'm not going to get it because you know what? I don't want anyone to see me with it. How's that?
Do you want me to take you off or put you back on?
No, we're good. I don't want to show the mask.
Oh, you don't want to show the mask
because it's literally a scarf, and I also don't want to give the wrong idea.
I have a question for you. Okay,
go ahead.
Do you believe in the power of positive thinking?
That is an excellent question, and if I didn't, honestly, I would not be physically in this body, be present with you guys, because I would have been dead 20 years ago.
Okay.
Seriously.
Do you believe in the power of negative thinking?
I do. And you know, I will be honest. I feel that I was a victim of it.
Mm-hmm.
And even today, going through this pandemic has not been easy. It's not. But what I'm thinking is if it's possible for me to be an uplifter, whether it's online, can I spare a half an hour, 45 minutes? You know what? With all due respect, maybe not. But then I said, no, that's my way of giving back. So I didn't even flinch. You can ask Ankit, like when the opportunity came, I was like, no, it's okay. My job is to uplift people as a coach. That's
Right.
my job. So I'm not doing it if I say no to this opportunity. But
Okay.
all of our calendars get booked quickly. We have other things to do. We're running around doing this, that, and everything else for ourselves. And of course, with our foundation, there's more than enough to do. But then I said, you know, Ankit has done this. If worst case scenario, nothing else, give it a shot for this one time.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So yes, I believe absolutely in the power of thinking. But you know, the reason is what's more important.
Mhm.
Because think about it. The fact that Ankit thought, oh, she might be someone who could be a positive force in this, not just through my enthusiasm and my positive energy. My husband will tell you, I swear, I don't think I should announce this without his permission, so I'm not going to, but he has this pet name for me. And the pet name is like the Wizard of Oz. Does anyone know Wizard of Oz? And that's his pet name for me, Pollyanna. And I'm just going to trust my gut because I know he doesn't mind if I say it.
Pollyanna. Okay.
Pollyanna. That's how I am at home. My family tells me that, I swear. And they're like, oh my God, we can't stand you. My daughter, one of my daughters, she's like, oh my God, you're just so okay. Like nothing is ever wrong in your world. And I'm like, no, 20 years ago, I should have been dead. I'm alive.
Yeah.
Everything is awesome.
Yeah. Who killed my sister? Was it you? Was it you? Did you kill my
And
I love
so yes, I believe in it, but I think positive thinking is what leads to positive actions. I'm going to go mute that real quick.
Oh, you are?
That's what I believe. And that's what I think coaching really does.
Okay.
Is helps you.
It's good to have people call you, right?
Right.
When you're on the show.
It is wonderful.
That means you're busy. That means
Yes,
you're busy, not like the rest.
it does.
So the thing
But
is,
then then I decided, no, we don't want to have interruptions. So it's going to go to voicemail.
That's fine. Okay. And the thing is, tell me a little about your foundation. It looks like, see, I had to put you up here to see what it is. It's the Foundation.
Do I need to lean one way or the other?
No,
there we
good.
go.
We can see the whole thing. But talk to me about the Foundation for an Awesome Life.
The Foundation for an Awesome Life is what I do when clients are working with me. If they're not in a wonderful place, in a sense, are you going to be the next Pollyanna? Maybe, maybe not in your home, but are you ready for it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had to like go through my own life experience to actually become a coach, as I say. Mm-hmm. And I was in a very emotionally and a physically abusive relationship. Long story short, I'm going to give you guys the 45-second version.
Okay.
Now, was it his fault? Yes and no. Was it the alcohol that was part of it? I would say yes. Okay, that was the problem. It wasn't even him because we're not conscious of things when we do drugs. Very simple. Right. Now, things get out of control. I'm going to ask all four of you and put you on the spot, if I may. When we get angry, how do you guys control that?
I don't. I have no reason to.
I have a poster.
I drink my diet.
Rakesh, how about you?
I have a poster which tells me, it says, a saint was asked, what is anger?
Tell me.
He gave a beautiful answer. It is a punishment we give to ourselves for somebody else's mistake.
Oh.
That is, can you please send that to me? Because I love that. I do. I have never, ever heard that. So that's what happens. And we discovered when we started the foundation, long story short, okay, is when we started the foundation, I realized within my own journey that there is nothing like this out there. And I kid you not, still today, there is nothing like our foundation out there where we provide coaching services that are complementing counseling. We're not going against counseling because it's human nature to talk about your problem. But I beg to differ because coaching is about taking the action. Coaching is about being positive, showing up positive, doing these things, not just because, oh, now I have to pretend I'm going to say all these affirmations and I'm going to do all this stuff and it's not working.
Mhm.
No, that's not the way it's done. It's done through writing. It's done through reading. It's done through educating yourself.
Mhm.
And that's going to be what's going to energize you, because you're automatically going to, here we go, positive thinking. It's going to change your thought process. As it changes your thought process, you're going to start taking different actions. Very simple. It's going to happen. I promise you. I always say, give us 30 days. And if you don't think that you're a different person in those 30 days, we will give you your money back. Ironclad guarantee. I like to say golden guarantee just because it rhymes. Okay, so that's what we say.
Mhm.
But there
I
you
love
go.
your conviction. Your enthusiasm and conviction is just fantastic. I
Thank
just,
you.
just love it.
But how are
Thank
you
you.
doing? How are you doing with COVID-19? Are you able to transport this through the internet, or
You know what? We are, and it's Praises and Promises is just a service group that
Sure.
we created. So we don't want to really push, if I may, fundraising and things like that. Yes, could we? Yes. But what we're going to start doing is just sending people some self-coaching questions through that. Now, whether or not it'll be well received or not, who knows? Whoever wants to participate can do it.
Mhm.
If you don't, that's okay too.
Can you do it through video like the stuff that we're doing? Can you do coaching through this?
Thank you for questioning that. Yes, we are on the Zoom platform, and actually we're a cut above because we actually started coaching clients back in 2017. Knowing that part of the vision was actually going virtual was another transformation, I think, that happened within our team, not just myself, but our team, to say, hey, it doesn't make much sense just to limit it to going to, here we go, getting clients from Clinton, New Jersey, or New York. We've worked with clients from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Florida. We've had volunteers from Georgia, California. I can go on over the years, okay? But the point is, we realized that going global is going to increase that market. So we started to prepare for it. So we're already on Zoom providing, the best thing is 15-minute coaching sessions. Give it a shot, 15 minutes. What's it going to hurt?
Okay.
That's it.
Right.
I would say definitely 15 minutes, at least for 90 days.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
would be the best way to do it. And see how it goes. But anyway, tell me, why don't I hear from you guys? Because I'm supposed to be the one to ask some questions, if I may.
You are supposed to ask questions. I thought you were
Because
the
that's how the
special guest.
coaching process works. Do you know what coaching is, Nicholas?
Who me? I don't know hardly anything. That's the reason I go to IBM TV, because it's smart television and it's going to tell me what to
Okay,
do.
thank
And what
you.
I don't know, I
Thank you.
just ask Yankit because he's got 1.3 billion people he could access. So you know,
He'll get your He'll get your question answered in 24 hours. I can guarantee it. So you know what, Nunkit? I'm going to question you from now on. If I'm not sure about what Google said, I'm going to come to you.
yeah. Plus, I suffer from oppositional defiance disorder anyway, so you're not going to get much if you head over here. But if you want to, you can, good luck.
Thank you. Thank
My
you.
wife's
Thank
been
you.
trying for 37 years and hadn't been successful. She'd like to know how you're able to do it. So,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, ODD is really great. We have a lot of people here in this country that suffer from that ODD, and it's not odd; it's normal. I'm sure that
Thank you.
I'm
It is. It's just human behavior. But
it's
the
human
more
behavior.
we focus on, Nicholas, if I may, on that point, the more you focus on that, isn't that what grows in your life? Like if you're obsessed
Yeah,
about
of course.
something,
Of course,
right?
Yeah,
And that's what coaching does. It helps you to focus on the things you want,
right. Yeah,
not what they say.
and this way you can actually lead that. Where is it? Foundation for an awesome life. You can have an awesome
Exactly.
life rather than most people have. What do you call it? Miserable lives? Would that be correct? Well, I tell you what. Let's do this.
I will say it on the air, and you know what? I'm not going to make a general statement that most people are miserable, but what I will tell you is there's this make-believe thing.
Yeah.
And again, if only my husband could be here, it would be
Oh, it's
so
too bad.
fantastic.
Well,
'Cause
maybe back again. We'll get him
he
back.
would, he would. I'm telling you, he would be my witness.
Yeah.
It used to drive him crazy.
Yeah.
And
Well,
mine has been a process, I am telling you, but he's the reason we thought of our tagline. We have an enthusiasm and action kind of philosophy. So he's the reason for that, because we were coming back, I think it was from our honeymoon.
Yep.
Actually, honeymoon in a sense after being engaged.
Mhm.
So we got engaged on the way home. Quick story. And he's like, so I said to him, something came through my mind. I said, oh, honey, I said, babe, what do you think, like, for my personality? What's one word, if I pass tomorrow, what would it be? He says, enthusiastic. I said, oh, okay, good. So then I let that go and let it sit. Long story short, this was about 9 years ago. And it just came, and it was in the beginning phases of building the foundation. And I said, oh, how can we incorporate that within the foundation?
Mm-hmm.
And this phrase just came, talked to some friends, some colleagues, some, again, business partners, board members, and they all said, oh, this is kind of catchy, Mina. Let's just run with it. Now, some people, they don't think it makes any sense, and that's okay. It's okay, because it's not about them and what that one person out of the other 10 think, right? If there's synergy, and if there are 8 that would agree and 1 or 2 that don't, we're going to trust that process and say it needs to go back to the founder, because that's eventually what happens. So, Nicholas, I need to ask you something. Since Rakesh already told me,
Sure.
enthusiasm is the one thing that attracted, and you can already see.
Yeah.
Now, is this how I am in session? No. I would lose people. Oh my gosh. Another story. I lost a client. This was, again, about 8-9 years ago. And she said, Mina, I was so ready. She literally, on the last day, I am confirming the appointment. And she said, I can't handle your energy. And I said, you know what? That's the best advice I've gotten. Because then I said, maybe it's about my communication style. Now, I'll be honest with you. Well, you know what, gentlemen? Am I going to not be enthusiastic just because that one person didn't sign up for coaching? No. I'm going to say, oh, okay, what's the lesson in it? And that's one of our key approaches in our coaching methodology.
Oh, you're
What
sweet.
lesson did you learn? But again, it had to go through me first, and I realized it, and I began to change. And I said, no, I don't really want that, because number one, of course, you don't want to be losing clients.
Right.
And then I said, maybe I do need to change the approach. So we tweaked it. So no, I'm not like this all the time.
Well, Mina, you could be like me. You said, what? You don't like my enthusiasm? You're going to quit as a client? Have a good day. Have a good life. Goodbye. Be miserable. I'm going to actually create a new foundation, the Foundation for a Miserable Life. And you can be a member.
You should be our PR. What do you do for a living?
Oh, you don't want to know, really, do you?
Seriously, I do.
You'd have to be, I'm a polymath. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, we'll have to get started here. Wants to know what I do for a living. That's great.
I
Okay.
do.
Okay, here's the thing: I'm actually an adjunct professor for the graduate tax program at Northeastern University, lead faculty for 10 years on their retirement planning program. I'm also an adjunct professor of Campbell University Law School, where I teach at the law school at Campbell. I'm also a member of the Florida Bar, the 9th Circuit, the 11th Circuit, the United States Supreme Court, where I practice law between all these jurisdictions. I own an actuarial firm in Salt Lake City, and we actually have over 200 corporate clients that we analyze and handle pensions around the United States. Plus, I'm 3-time Florida State chess champion in a nutshell, without getting into other details.
I love it.
Oh, wait. I also work as a volunteer for IBM TV. Go IBM TV. So I do a couple other things, and I also play golf, tennis, basketball, and try to move to another house because I now have 2 homes. One time I had 4. Having too many homes is too much of a problem.
You know, it's just too much to manage, right? No, we're looking to get another place in South Carolina.
Oh, really? Where in South Carolina?
Oh my, interesting you ask.
Myrtle Beach,
Well,
Columbia,
Calabash, maybe in that area. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nice places down there. But see, once you have 2 places, it's a real pain in the neck. As a matter of fact, because you have to go back and forth and blah 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 blah.
That's what I yeah, we're debating whether we want to do that or we don't want to do that. So
right. Yeah,
we're not rushing the issue.
So what I do is an irrelevant conversation, but it's
okay.
Kind of, but I do it all. I mean, seriously, a lot of
stuff.
That's
no. Just I won't put you on the spot, so I won't ask that question. What I was thinking.
No. Time out.
I can refuse.
Put Nick on the spot.
I can refuse the answer. I'm taking the 5th. Take the 5th.
Hey, now there's 2 with the same energy, so I'm going to put you on the spot.
Oh, yeah. Come on, let's do some. Let's.
Doesn't it get well? Yeah, because I always say, you know what? Give us 15 minutes, and
15
it
minutes?
really
You're
will
gonna
change your
solve my
life.
problems in
But we're not
15
going to
minutes.
do spot coaching right now unless someone's ready for it. But really, don't you get overwhelmed
Who, me?
sometimes? Like when you had all these things going on.
No,
Right?
are you kidding me? No way. See, here's
Okay.
what
Never
happened.
gets,
Okay,
Nick never
look,
gets overwhelmed.
Mina,
Go ahead, Nick.
Mina, you see when I
Okay.
get mad, okay, see all
He's
those
got
books,
it.
I throw all the books around, I break my windows, I destroy my car, I burn the house. I mean, come on. You know, when I get mad, I want to make sure that people know that I'm mad. Okay? So the thing is, I'm expressive, and so I'll end up doing all that stuff.
But
know?
you don't do that because you usually normally don't seem to get really
Normal?
mad.
Normal. I haven't seen normal ever, so I don't even know what normal is. You're gonna have to.
I wonder if that's the reason IBM TV exists, is because all of us are not normal. Is
Oh, it is
that
definitely. Okay, see, here's the problem with IBM TV. Okay, I'll tell you right now. Okay, as you go over here, you'll see a thing called Smart
I
Talk.
be mental, not normal.
Thank you, Kimberly.
That's true. We should really thank her.
I be a mental case.
Right. So the thing is, yeah, if you spend too much time here, you will be mental. I be mental. Okay, that's the problem. It's smart television.
If my husband I'm telling you, my husband's going to say, "Oh no, you are already too mental."
Okay, let me tell you something, Mina. The average person that comes here is like has a doctorate degree, or they're these weirdo chess player grandmasters. Okay, I mean, and then there are these IT people. I mean, you got some all sorts of. Well, the guy we had before, you probably know, David K. Johnson, writer of The Making of Donald Trump. He was right before you. He's actually a New York Times bestseller. He used to write for the New York Times, the financial column, and then he also wrote another book called Perfectly Legal, and
My favorite book.
okay, yeah, it is a really good book. And the thing is,
one of them anyway.
the other good person we had is what we had is this whole group of people. You got to see them. They were on our what was it? The podcaster channel that we're developing. Oh boy, you got some really interesting people there. And
you want to see mental? You want to see? That was the most entertaining show we have ever had. I don't need to watch TV.
Kevin Crazy was on.
Oh my God. Nick and Kevin, I'm making a show out of the two of them.
Kevin's nutty. But the thing is, yeah. So we have a lot of.
I don't need TV. I got IBM TV.
Let's put it this way. I mean,
That's what I was thinking. It sounds like it.
Expand your business. We can expand your business because all the mentals show up here. Okay, so you don't have to go anywhere, and they come from all over the world. That's
true.
You know,
and you know what? I think it's wonderful that you guys are doing this because it's exposure for those who are looking, in a sense, to launch it and say, "Hey, look, we're going online. We're on this IBM TV. Come check us out. We're on YouTube. We're going to upload these videos there." Thank you, Ankit, for mentioning that. That'll be a wonderful opportunity for us to do that. And what I'm also thinking is, how is it that we can help you guys, in addition to just, I guess, my being present?
Spread the word. Spread the word.
We are helpless.
We have little sign language, right?
No, I do not. You're going to have to teach me. Wait, what is it? What Ankit is doing it. Let me see.
So, see, it's we love you.
Okay.
We're connecting around the world. We're joining our communities.
This is one world. This is one world.
And one world.
Yeah. And this is how we greet. And
yes.
This is what I've learned to do. Ankit has taught me that. Because at first, if you're from America...
You can't pronounce it. Pronounce it, Nick.
Like Namtasi, or whatever they call it. Namtasi.
Namaste.
Namaste. I'll get that down. Namaste. But see, I was reluctant to do this, Mina, for a long time. Namaste. Okay? But then here's how you train Americans to do Namaste. And can you show my training program? You have that. Benjamin, can you bring Benjamin up here in a minute? Remember you flashed the training program? Not that. It's remember the dollar bill.
The money.
The money. And show the money. There we go. Okay.
Show the money.
This is how you train the Americans to Namaste. And Ankit did the training program with me. There we go.
Okay.
Now it becomes real easy. There we go. There we go. See, this is
That's
America.
how you train
That's how
Americans.
you train Americans. Okay, because
Gotcha.
listen. No. Okay, he does that all the time. But see, the thing is, okay, you have to have the right training program here because in the U.S. we're trying to figure out how do we greet people without touching them and spreading viruses. But Americans are reluctant to do that.
Yes.
And found the solution. He holds up the $100 bill, and then we automatically do this. So the solution, baby.
Like monkeys, right?
So the thing
We're
is,
no better than monkeys over here. You hold up dollar bill, we go,
no,
no,
we already know what that is. Yeah.
you don't have to beat it.
The
You
only
don't
way
have
you're
to
gonna
beat
train
it. You just hold the dollar bill up.
Hold
You
it
don't
up.
even have to work to
It's
it.
got a $100 bill for after the spot, you know. So you can train the Americans. You just have to use the right tools,
True.
and he's got the right.
That's true. But it's, you know what? My husband does it. He's Caucasian. My husband's Caucasian.
Right.
But he does it. He knows, he understands that that's the sign and the language in which Asian Indians communicate. Because I told him, I said, men and women, typically we don't really touch each other because that's just the way we greet. And I won't get into the scientific reasons, but that is one of the best ways to greet people.
Yeah,
I
right.
believe.
Well,
But of course, I'm being a little partial because I was, again, born and raised in India.
yeah,
That is, oh my God, Kimberly, that is awesome. I love it.
I automatically do this now. It's real simple.
There you go. I'm gonna walk around with the dollar bill on my mask.
Yes.
I do like, wait a minute, seriously?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, that would raise prosperity consciousness.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
It would.
It
I think
would.
I'm gonna have the mask printed with the dollar bill on it.
Yeah.
That's a great, I might just take that one.
That's because
I'm
we have-
stealing that idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm announcing it to, how many
Do
people
it.
are watching this?
I have a trademark on that idea.
Yeah, he's my lawyer.
I just
Lawyer.
filed a trademark on it. We have- oh
There you
no,
go.
no.
There's your mask for you, folks.
Well, I guess should I be invited next time? I'll have to bring some really cool pictures. I like that.
Yeah, we're trying to update a little bit here. And
There
Kid's
we go.
really good at this. He's a lot faster than I am.
I see
I
that.
like that one. We're gonna have to come to grips
Oh, no.
with the mask. My favorite one's missing.
See, I don't have to because here's the reason.
Oh, my
why. I'm going to tell Mina
goodness.
this in case she doesn't.
Go ahead.
know. See, I don't associate with people, so it makes my life real easy.
Easy.
You know? And
Oh, it doesn't.
I did that before.
Right.
The coronavirus takes place. What do they call it? Misanthrope or
I
something?
like hats.
You know?
You do. I see
Give
that.
me a mask. Give me a hat.
You guys keep it interesting.
So for me, this is real easy. So when they had this big coronavirus thing, I was going, "Who cares? All I do is all my work on the internet anyway." And
That's
so,
true.
so for me, it didn't make any real difference. But
That's
I'm
true.
really worried about the rest of the world, because the rest of the world could fall apart because they like to meet people.
I'm not worried about anyone who doesn't worry about me, though.
There we
Oh,
go.
there you go. There's a lot of confidence.
Yep.
I love it. Oh my
Pink.
Yeah, we have
It's pink. It's pink.
God. I see that.
advanced systems here. Yeah.
But what I like about it is it's rubber, right? And it
Uh-huh.
feels around the face, but it's
Okay.
deep, so you don't feel like the mask is on your face. Because Ankit and I talk about this. We don't like that,
I can't stand that suffocation.
and you can clean it, right? So it's reusable, and
You
that's
can
what I like
feel
about it.
because if you are using a mask, the mask has a shelf life. In fact, if you are using N95, you can use it for around 10 to 12 hours. You need to change it. But people around the world, they are keep on using the same mask for a couple of weeks, and that is not good for your health.
So
That's
you
true.
can't clean that one, but you can clean these. So
Yeah, you
these,
can
these are cloth.
So
Yeah.
where did you get that one? Because maybe we can let viewers know that kind of information. I'm just
Wait,
I'm just thinking.
before we do that, and stop. Hold your thought right there. Hold your thought right
Okay,
there.
okay.
Wait, Kim, hold it because you want viewers to know about it. We got to figure out how we get a commission on this first, then we'll.
Hey, folks, just contact me at golive@ibm.tv, and I'll get, because I got orders for if you need N95,
N95.
I've got all PPE equipment. I got a list of PPE equipment that we can process. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, I do.
Wow.
People
You know
have
what?
been
Yeah,
contacting
can you-
us since the show started. I get calls for equipment all the time now.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
Because
And around the
one of my
world.
family members actually said that no, they don't need the masks right now. But then when I'm on Facebook occasionally, I see that there seems to be a shortage. So I'm like, okay, I told our team, I said, have them contact me directly, and whether they want to write confidential or private, then I check it myself. And if I can, and if I can't, then the team knows, hey, if it's confidential or private, either leave it alone unless she's mentioned it. Like Ankit, I'm sure you have a staff that watches out for your 3 billion Facebook users.
1.3 billion Facebook.
That's what I said,
users.
billion.
I am very humble, and I know how to manage my people around India. I can do it myself.
Him and Modi run the whole bloody country.
I don't know how. I'm not. I am very humble, but my thing is, you don't like what I say, move on.
Okay, Mina,
Don't mean to be
let-
rude, but
let me
we
tell you-
are very fact driven. Thanks
Okay.
to Nick. Nick
I
is the
am
facts.
not. I just get this. I am not a humble person. Okay, I am arrogant.
Right.
Okay, beyond any
And I
person
know it.
possible belief.
And I don't
But I
care.
want to make this crystal clear. The arrogance will come through that tube at some point in time. The people over here are humble and nice.
If
and
you want to have
I
fun,
am
just
not.
listen to the show when him and Kevin are
I
on.
am
We're gonna
not.
get Kevin back on. I laughed so hard the other day. I didn't need a dose of sunshine. It was
Yeah.
so freaking funny. My endorphins were way up here.
I am mean and evergreen, baby. Mean and evergreen. Just remember that. Arrogant.
I will ask Nicholas a few other questions later, but not
Sure.
now.
Sure.
Not now. I know, because we're on the air and stuff. It probably wouldn't be appropriate. It's
Right.
later.
Nick and I, we've been together for a
Wouldn't be
long time, and it's so funny that we'll start talking and people go,
Right.
"You guys are against each other." And Nick goes, "Oh my God, no, we really care about each
Hey,
other.
hey,
We're
hey.
great together." But we,
Hey, you have to watch Rocky. Let's see, what was his name? The guy who did the Rocky, Sylvester Stallone. Okay,
Yes.
he did a movie called Rocky. Seriously, and he went to
Yes.
the University of Miami. Where's my University of Miami hat? He went to University of Miami, the U baby. That's where I went to school, the U baby. Okay, the law school there, of
we
course.
need a
And the
power
thing is,
of positive thinking.
there was a scene there where Hulk Hogan, who's from my hometown of Tampa, takes Rocky and boom, he goes, he goes, all fake meatball. Okay. And then it said, it's for entertainment. So just remember that when you're on IBM TV. All
You
fake
never know what to
meatball.
expect. You
Okay.
never know what to expect.
It's
I
all
wasn't
fake.
sure what to expect either, and I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
well,
Did
you
you
know
look
Well,
what?
and I'll tell you, Mina, we get people who say we've only got 30 minutes. We can't stay longer than 30 minutes, and they stay 4 hours, the full 4-hour show. They will just play. They're so mesmerized and they're so into the conversation. They're like,
Yeah.
we had a guy 2 days ago, loved him dearly, and he kept saying, I gotta go. And he never left.
Okay, I'll translate, Mina. There's a lot of
But we were
people.
glad to have him. Don't get me wrong. We love everybody that's on our show.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
So how did this come about?
What?
And when did this come about?
Wait,
I mean,
wait,
there
wait,
could be
wait,
viewers watching this, and just for me to learn.
Oh,
like-
no. Time out, baby.
Why?
You're the guest. We ask you the questions. You're supposed to
Well, I'm the coach in this, okay? So
yeah. We're trying to shrink
So
it.
I have an answer. We have a training program which you can join the program, and then we can teach you how to do all these things.
Yeah, what sort of interview is this? I'm so
On
sorry.
IBM.
How does all come about?
Nicholas is not happy. He's
Huh?
not happy. I can see that.
I was born.
Because you know what, Nicholas, as a coach, I would dominate the conversation too. But
You
the
are?
point about coaching is not to dominate, but dominate
good.
through questioning.
Good.
That's the key. Because then it gets the person to really think, right?
Minaji, my first question is how
Yeah.
important is laughter in your therapy? When you do,
Of course, say that again.
So when you do coaching and counseling for your patients or for your clients, how important is laughter?
How important is
Laughter.
laughter? Oh my gosh. I would say I can give you lots of examples. We were in an anger management group. There you go. Perfect timing. Was that all planned? So,
No, nothing's planned here. What do you think? We have a script?
So
Did
we had done an anger management group, and I remember even till today, and we utilize that even now with clients that are really stuffy and they have these I guess high-paying corporate jobs, and they can't relax, they can't chill out, they're constantly on their Blackberries, and they got to email and do this and do that. It kind of became a process where we actually incorporated that it became part of their home fund, that they were required to do it. And then inevitably, 30 days later, they started to feel a little lighter. And then we said, well, what was different? What did you do? And they started to think. And I give them a minute or so to answer, because the silence is so uncomfortable for some people. I have no clue why. And they said, well, I don't know. I have to go back. So then we started with not so much writing, but watching the videos, doing things that are fun, calling your family. That really helps you to crack up, basically. Watching funny shows. When you grew up, what was one fun thing you did? Those kinds of things. And we actually magnified, guess what? They're happy, if I may, happiness gene, and they started to feel better. The anger started to dissipate. It started to lower. She was like, oh my God. Through that, in this group, we were providing coaching and counseling. Through that, she actually signed up for the coaching, and she said, oh my God, now I want to lose weight. She was able to lose, not through laughter. Sorry, Ankit Ji. Sorry. So not through laughter, but through the coaching process, she was actually able to stop doing what she was doing, change her behaviors through her thinking, understand herself better, lost 55 pounds.
Wow. I failed my anger management class, so I probably need a refresher.
And he don't care.
I'm going to contact your wife, Nicholas, and straighten you out.
No, he's perfect.
Did I put him on the spot?
Oh, wait. I got to get my crystal ball. Because
I like Nick the way he is.
Right here, baby. I can predict the future. Okay.
But here's the thing people don't understand. I've worked with Nick for 4 years now, maybe a little more, and he's fine. It's very hard to find somebody I can fit with. So maybe we're the same, and maybe you want to coach us both, but we work with, I don't want to change Nick. He's perfect.
Listen, I have a solution. If I ever get sick, Mina, I have a solution. This takes
Well, that is something you do want to carry. No, really, seriously, on a serious note, when it comes to the coronavirus and all these things, and one of the first things I always say, yes, we all carry that stuff. And you know what? No criticism, no judgment. You know what? It's okay. You do what I want public to know. If someone's watching and tuning in or whatever, guess what? Do what you feel is comfortable for yourself first. Protect yourself. Now, do we have to constantly be thinking about it? Oh my God, I'm going to get sick. Oh my God, I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get it.
I'm happy today.
You're going to
take that can away from him.
I know, but you're going to get it by thinking about it, because you're going to place yourself in that position where it's going to come to you. Does anyone know about the law of attraction and stuff like that? Don't get me started.
Oh yeah,
no, I want to get started.
The law of attraction is definitely opposite.
You haven't been started yet, Mina. We're trying to work on you to be a little bit more expressive and be a little bit more self-confident. So go ahead and get started.
Oh, trust me. Listen, if you and I go back to back, all three of them might have to get off the screen.
I can manage that. Just give me 1 minute.
Wait. We just learned something this week from Dr. Art that I thought was very, very fantabulous, and that was
whoops, wrong one. There we go. They're all gone.
No, stop.
You told me you wanted to get rid of them. They're all gone.
No, I don't.
You changed your mind. Weird needs.
No, I can challenge you.
Let's talk about that.
I just want to hear from the others.
Wait, you do just a minute. We're going to do something that may be very uncomfortable for you in just a minute. It just makes you grow.
Okay.
And now we're all back, except Kim. She disappeared. Amazing.
Kim was looking for
amazing. Look, I was looking for something. Nina, look what I did. I was able to suck all the energy out of the room. I knew I could do that. Yes. I know how to suck all the energy out of the room.
I am not interested in managing the technology, because we have other people who do it.
But let me tell you how fun this is. It's so simple. You can, even Nick can do it. And what's interesting, this is why I tell people, if Nick can do it, anybody
Then
can.
anyone can do it. That's
But
Perfect.
let me tell you about Nick. He is a brain. Like, he is very, very smart.
totally.
But sometimes brains can be a little challenged, but if he can figure it out, believe me, he's the one who got us pretty much started on this, because he was like, certainly there's got to be a way to do this. And then I took it one step further, and then Ankit took it beyond that. So that's
So
what
you guys are the brainstorm group that kind of started this. Thank you, Kimberly, by the way. I appreciate you being on the screen. Not that I have anything against. Oh, here we go, Nicholas. No offense intended.
What I do is I feed in and out.
No, but wait, I want to ask Kim. I mean, I asked that question. How did all this come about?
So, but I do want to address something about his beaming in and out that maybe we need to talk to him about. So Nicholas loves this thing because he thinks he's on Star Trek now, so he can beam in and out. So it was, I'm in science and engineer. I'm an engineer from NC State. And I spoke at their graduation a few years ago, and I told them, I said, I've been around a long time. I've seen everything that we dreamed about in science fiction books, I've seen happen, except for two things. Two things. At this time, we did not have flying cars. We do now. And we could not beam me up, Scotty. And those are two things I really don't want to be a part. And then Nick comes around, and what does he do? He makes this beam in and out thing. So I'm beaming out. So
you know what? There's the example of the law of attraction right there, because you were thinking it. It just happened. See,
but we get along like that. That's from day one. And I'll never forget when I met him. I met him at a PBS hackathon.
Really?
And I received a ticket to go. It was free. Nick had to pay, but I got a free ticket.
Right.
And I guilted myself in going. I was really, really tired. But as an engineer and in the hacking world, I was kind of curious, what is PBS doing in hacking? And I also had an interest in going to look for some talent.
Good morning.
So we went, and there he was. He had this great idea about financial literacy, which was very near and dear to my heart, because I know the reason why there's such a big gap between poverty and sustainability is financial literacy. But everybody thinks it's boring. But his pitch was, but everybody thinks it's boring, and I want to make it so it's not boring. You had to see him, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, I like this guy. So at a hackathon, you give your pitch, and then your team forms. Well, nobody was forming with him. Everybody was forming around, I want to do an app about music. I want to do an app about, candy. Right. I want to do an app about a game. Nick wanted to do this really cool thing with a TV show for financial literacy. And I'm like, all right. So I went over, sat down at his table, and I think one other person did. And we went together. We came in 5th at the hackathon out of 25.
Nice.
Bad. We should have come in first. But the thing was, we're business people. Nick and I are. And at the end of the day, out of all of the people that were there, we were the only two that stayed connected. But Nick showed me this poster of his idea. It was already made of all of these people that were going to be on his TV show. And his TV show was going to be a few months away. Yeah, I'm going to interview these people. And it was John Scully, John Fanning, the names. And I'm like, these are
top names.
But they don't interview. They're all exclusive. This would be exclusive interviews. All right. I know millionaires and billionaires who've never stepped out of their box. Yeah. And I'm like,
their comfort zone. Come on. Go ahead. You can say their comfort zone.
So I'm like, Nick, that's cool. Do you have these lined up already? He goes, no, I'll have them. And I go, okay, call me when you do, let's stay connected. And I told him, though, you'll never see me on that side of the camera. I own my own businesses. I hire my own PR people, but I will never, ever be on that side of the camera. But we stayed connected through the summer. He invited me to breakfasts with the senator. He knows, Nick knows everybody.
So he's a go-to guy.
Right. Ankit knows 1.6 billion people, and Nick knows.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's 0.3 billion more now?
Yeah. I added 3 more.
Because I'll tell you, I have an answer. So there are around 300 million people, Indians, living across the world as well.
Yeah, so we had to add the
That's
other.
true.
That's why I did that. So
That's
anyway, so then thanks, Ankit. So a few months later, he calls me up and he goes, "Hey, what are you doing on August 5th?" Or I think it was August 5th. And I'm sitting with my attorney and I go, "Why?" And he goes, "Well, I'm going to do the show." And I thought he was going to just invite me to come watch. And I go, "Oh, that's cool that you got all those guys." I'm like, yeah. Do you want to be on my show? I go, "You got John Fanning." And he goes, "Yeah." And my attorney knew this was next. I go, "What can I not say?" What can I? Because I am a bold, down to, I'm going to get down to the nitty gritty, but I am a positive person. I'd rather have the positive.
I saw your mug. I love it.
So I'm not going to bring out your dirt, right? We are here to do
so uplift and
Yeah.
Bring
So
positive
I've
energy.
been with you all summer. I've watched you in front of senators. You're good to go.
Right.
I'm in. So we did a whole week's worth with those people. He called me back and he goes, I'm going to go to Money 2020 and interview these people. Do you want to go? I'm in. So we did 70 shows together.
Wow.
And
Excellent.
he came up with this idea, but he came up with this concept that we legally acquired IBM.TV while we were filming a TV series with them.
That's what I was going to ask, because I didn't know how this.
I knew it. I was reading your mind. Everybody asked that question. So his idea is we wanted to be global on TV, so we want a global board of advisors.
Right.
So he reached out. Nick is really great at this. He reached out into the internet world and said, "Hey, who wants to be part of our board of advisors? Because we want to reach out to the world. We don't want to just be." And Ankit and Nick were like in 4 or 5 social groups together. And Ankit jumps on, and we had another followed by another fan. Prior to starting this, he was a fan of our TV series, and he jumped on.
Okay.
And, then we ended up, I forget how many people, but Ankit was the consistent one. Willie was a consistent one on the board of advisors, and this started because Ankit and I, we were talking and we're going, we have this board of advisor meeting every week. And they're all from all over the world. And we're hearing all this different message about COVID. And Ankit goes, "It's time to start the show now. We got to start." Because we were planning a show.
I had a feeling it was him.
And he goes, "We got to start it now." And I go, "Okay, 2 weeks from now." No, Monday. No, 2 weeks. No, Monday.
Monday. You better be bold. I know what you mean.
So
he did that with our team too. And I'm like, no. Because our team was like, "Oh, with the Praises and Promises group I was talking about earlier." It's like, I'm like, no, we're doing it tomorrow.
I literally built the intro in an hour because we don't have I didn't have time anyway, right? Built the intro in an hour. Monday morning, I'm waking up, throwing on makeup, throwing on my suit, getting in front of a camera, and not knowing whether anything's going to work. We're just doing it. And that's the true spirit of an entrepreneur right there.
That's right.
Ankit sticks to it. He sticks to things. So that team spirit, right? He'd been with us almost a whole year on the board of advisors. He's not one that dropped in and out. He's one that came stuck. And so you have your team, right? Nick, he's got this positive energy, but we know that he has other work to do. So he beams in and out. But
he's a beam. I might be your beam in and out coach, but
we deal with it, don't we, Ankit? We deal with it.
Is this the proper platform to ask you about those things? Or, I mean, I think it's, no, no crosstalk. I got it. I didn't mean it that way because I know the public's watching.
So let's get back to your questions basically. So Meenaji, how you train your clients?
Yeah,
what kind of suggestions?
Yeah, we need to talk about you.
No, you know what? All right. Well, I've got a couple of minutes. But what I'm going to say is we bring in clients through referrals, people referring people, friends, family, social media, through the school systems, in community groups that I'm part of, and now more and more via social media, basically. Definitely not through the web, just the web. That doesn't really work. That's like so old, probably like 10 years ago, if I may say, right? Yeah. So that's how they come to us.
And what are the five, 7 benefits your client sees in their own lifestyle or in their own personality after doing your 30 days course or challenge, whatever it is?
Well, I'm going to say it really not necessarily is it 30 days, but it's really more like 90 days. They need to make a commitment for 90 days. 30 days you can get started. So what I did is I came up with 3 tips, which we already give anyway. And the 3 tips, number 1 would be stop assuming and start asking. I won't give you too many examples, but 1, when we assume things, we're placing a judgment that we know what they're thinking. We don't. But if you ask the question, it becomes about choice. It becomes about choice for you, and it becomes a choice for them, whether they want to respond, whether it's a family member, whether it's a friend, colleague, anyone. So that's one of the things I want to say to the media and everyone watching. The second thing is really, honestly, just, I know this sounds cliche, but believe in yourself. Because I wanted to make it about the ABCs. Keep it just that simple. The B is going to be to believe in yourself, no matter what. Just like Nicholas has that sense of confidence. Yeah, it might seem like it's a little, too confident. But if people don't like your confidence, that's okay. Because they're going to either phase in or out of your life based on that. And that's okay. Just be okay with it. Embrace it. And just try it. Once you believe in yourself, if you don't know how to do it, that's exactly what coaching is about. It's about people overcoming their own limiting beliefs. I know that's a fancy schmancy word in coaching. Every coach uses it, but there's a lot of importance to that because every single human being has a set of limiting beliefs. Oh, I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. Well, what is my boss going to think if I walk in there and just say, oh, well, I deserve a raise? What do you mean? You're not going to give me a raise? Why not? What is he going to say? What are they going to say? No. That's the worst thing that can happen, right? Think about it. But it's just about lifting your spirit enough. If you can't do it, then the coach helps you along the way in the process of overcoming each and every single one of those. So then the third thing would be just to commit to, I'm going to give everyone a challenge. Commit to one single habit for 30 days. Get back to me, whether it's in the group or outside. Thank you. One, whether it's in your mind, in your body, or someone else's life. Maybe you make a commitment to write one gratitude every day. One thing, but I did say the word write. I did not say think.
True.
All right?
Yeah.
So try that. Get back to me. Message, put confidential, private, whatever. Whether it's for you guys, whether it's for the viewers, that's what I would say. 3 things, 3 tips. Start. Don't wait. Start now. Start today. And see if it makes a difference. Now, you said about the benefits. 86% of people that have, quote unquote, worked with a coach, guaranteed, feel more balanced, feel more successful, feel more confident about not only themselves, but the circumstances around them. 86%. I know there could be 88%. I will send you statistics about 90%. It is known. I think Kimberly might be able to substantiate that. Not only is there more balance, but you're going to feel lighter, happier, better. And then the third thing I would absolutely say, you're going to get to know yourself. This is the part I love. I absolutely love this. It's about you connecting to yourself from the inside out. That's the way our relationship coaching is different. If you don't know who you are, how can you be of service to someone? If you have all of these limiting beliefs within your mind, you're constantly anxious about this thing or that thing. Oh my God, I don't know. Is the world going to stop? No, the world's not going to stop. Of course not. It's going to go on with or without Mina or the 4 or 5 of us. It's going to go on. We're here to live our lives to the best of not only our potential, but I say about what we believe we can. And that's what coaching does. With that client, it's about changing your beliefs up here so you can lose the 6 inches down there or wherever it is on your body. That's just one example. So that's basically what I can say. So if you want to create change in your life, you're feeling anxiety, you're getting angry, you're getting short, you're antsy and you just, oh my God, every day I'm just in the house all day. What do I do? My mind, the negative thoughts are taking over. Take this 30-day challenge. Take one of those things. If you can't do all three, take one. That's the takeaway. And the other thing I do want to say is we will give scholarships. However, it's based on your financial situation, as well as the pay-as-you-go program. We're willing to do that. We're happy to do that. They need to just mention, hey, they saw us on IBM TV, and that's it. Message directly on Facebook, or they can contact through our website. So we did want to bring something to you to be of service. So I do want to mention
I
that.
want to mention something about psychiatrist treatments, coaching, life coaching, because I delve in pain treatments and stuff like that. So, psychiatry became a big help to me over the years, especially in pain psychiatry. It doesn't mean I'm crazy. It just teaches me how to, again, accept who I am. Like you're saying, accept who you are. So after you learn to do these kind of things, the other thing to do is to learn how to cut the weight out of your life, right? Because if you can't, and I'm not talking about the physical weight, I'm talking about that mental weight, like you're talking about.
Yes.
But here's the thing: it is so much easier with a coach that can take a lot of that off of your back a little bit and let you focus on what you need to focus on. And I'm going to share with you this theory that I came up with because I listened to somebody who went to a seminar, right? It was a lockdown seminar. So you want to talk about being locked down right now?
Wow,
so
we are locked down.
And it wasn't a rehab center. It was you were expected to go in, but you left this at the door. This was not allowed for 12 days. Okay,
we can't live without them.
Well, but the thing is people can't. But but he said it took 3 days to accept.
Sure.
And then, but he said it was the best 12 days he ever had. He said the problem is nobody could really ever afford it. But he said it worked for him. But so in listening to his story, I finally said, well, because he kept talking about how much it costs. And he told me, and I go, wait a minute. If I add up how much my psychiatric payments cost me through the year, that was my 1 year.
Yeah.
Visits.
Yeah, exactly.
You did it in 12 days, which is the same.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it's once a week, and then they wean you off. It's once every other week, and then it's once a month, right?
Right.
So, but in reality, it was the same. If you ask me, he paid the same amount in that 12-day period than I did for a one year period. It's
Exactly.
not mine was worse or his was worse. I'm just saying it's the same amount. The thing is you have to establish in your brain what you want to achieve, when you want to achieve it.
Perfect.
And then you got to find the right coach. Not every life coach is the right person, for each person.
No.
It's like when we were talking earlier today, when you establish a relationship with a doctor, right? It's just each doctor is different. So
yes.
But the thing is don't let things weigh you down. Go out and listen to some of these people.
Yeah.
And figure it out. They're there to listen to you and everything. What is it, Ankit?
So I would like to know, Meena ji, that people or clients come to you for doing the life-changing moment while doing the coaching sets with you, but they also do a lot of. They also inhale or consume a lot of media, maybe through television and through different ways. How you make them unlearn those things and then try teaching the right way what you do, because after going back to home, they'll be watching the television and they'll be watching the news and all the shows, and it's difficult because it's the other thing you are teaching, and it's like a contradiction. So how do you train them?
So I think I understood majority of your question. There's some audio problems or something, but just abbreviating your question, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're asking me about how do you stay away from all this negativity?
Yeah.
Right? I would say when you're internalizing, writing is an excellent tip. Write down your thoughts and feelings. That's the first step. Don't examine them. Don't judge them. Do not show it to someone else. You don't. Thank you. Thank you. Here, see, I needed to remember this, so I just wrote it down. I happened to literally see this today. I saw this today and I said, I want to share about it. So I have lots of little stickies. My son jokes about it real quick. He will say, oh my God, you are like the sticky queen. I said, no, I used to be. Now I have virtual notes. But anyway, so this, I will read this real quick. It says, make happy, which I don't agree with. It says, make happy those who are near, and those who are far will come. In a sense, this was me. It's a Chinese proverb. This was me because I had to learn to make myself happy first. And that's what coaching does. It helps you to stick to your habits. The way you can do it, second thing, you are going to have to practice some mental willpower. All right. You can believe in whatever religious belief you have. You could follow that. That's fine. But I am a firm believer, and I think Kimberly can probably chime in with this. Nothing happens without accountability. If I wasn't accountable to you, all of you can answer this question.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think I'd be present? Probably not. Call it what it is. Take this exact example. I held myself to that accountability. I made a commitment. I kept my word. And I show up. So show up for life. You are in control of your hands, your fingers, your thoughts. You don't need to go over there and turn the TV on. The TV does not have a mind like you to turn itself on. It doesn't. That phone will sit there for 20 years. Kimberly, going back to your quick example, you need to be intentional. What is it that television is going to do for you? What is it that phone is going to do for you? Very simple. What is it that telephone conversation with that aunt of mine who is just feeding me negativity or gossip going to do for me? Probably not good. Do you feel good at the end of that conversation? No, then stop it. Stop it.
Exactly. Cut out the negative. That was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. Was it wasn't long after I met Nick that I just took a pair of scissors, like taking a pair of scissors, and I cut everything out of my life that was weighing me down.
Yeah.
And, it wasn't that difficult because a lot of things were changing, and I was like, it's time to just evaluate, like you said, what is this doing for me? What is this? And not just that, okay? It's what am I capable of doing?
Instead, if I'm not doing that, the third thing was exactly that. Be mindful of your time.
Exactly. Because sometimes you overcommit and you can't say no. Women have a hard time saying no.
Well, coaching is excellent for that because, Kimberly, not to cut you off, I used to be one of those. I've had dozens of clients that were just like that. Oh, no, they have no trouble now. And they do it gracefully. They do it gracefully.
And you don't have to say I can't. You can just say it's.
You don't have to make an excuse. You don't have to give an explanation. No. Thank you. No. You want to be really polite. You're really nice. You want to be in chi. Oh, you want to be good to yourself. Okay. No, thank you. Done.
And I also believe one more thing that people think about their weaknesses, and I believe that I always think about my strengths, and I live the life on my strength, because if I keep on thinking about the weakness, I will be low confidence, lack of confidence, and I don't know what to do, and I won't be able to do it, basically.
Exactly.
It's a way to say out of the box doing things, or maybe out of comfort zone, but weakness and strength are two different things. People are not able to understand what are your strengths and weakness, and that is the life.
That's it. Right there. Thank it. Could have said that better. Could not have said that better.
That's right. That's right. So cut all that stuff out, but you need to make that choice. And you said something earlier. So if I may just say one thing, there you go. That's it. She's got it.
I drink it up every morning. This is what I tell everybody, because see, it's facing me, right? When I'm drinking, I drink up.
If I go into the kitchen and grab that, I'm going to show you probably 10 mugs. Kid you not. Maybe we can do it one day. I'll show you the cabinet on the inside. There's 10 mugs. Live in the moment. Enjoy the positive. Every single mug. My husband's like, life is good. And I'm like, oh, which one do I pick today?
It's just about how, Aunt Kip watches me when we start the show. Right. I'm goofy. And so while we're playing the music, I'm dancing and spinning around, pouring my cup, building myself up. It doesn't matter how I felt before I walked in here.
That's right.
And on the set, what matters is when I am there. And that's what I want. I want people to know that there's, you could be negative or you could be positive. All right. Just like Elliot.
What's your choice?
My parents used to teach me either you can or you can't. Guess what? You're right either way.
Either way.
Right either way.
You know who said that? Ford said that.
Ford said that too. Yes, he did.
Henry Ford.
I thought it was my parents. Sorry.
It's okay. Hey, I'm big on giving credit where it's due. I'm sorry. Our team knows it. I'm big on giving credit where it's due.
So I want to share with the world. I said this at my my parents' funeral, and my family was about to die because I'm up there in a Catholic cathedral atmosphere, and I'm on the center stage sharing about my parents, and I go, and my parents, would punish us for using one 4-letter word. They hated this one 4-letter word, and we got whipped every time we used it. And my family was like, "Oh God, she's going to say a foul word," and it was can't. My parents would spank us every time we said the word can't, and I'm like, and you could hear the whole crowd laughing, but that was our 4-letter word.
That's excellent. That's excellent. I just wanted to clarify something about coaching because I know I'd like to get going.
Coaching is good.
I've got to go in about 5 minutes, but the coaching and counseling difference, and I know people ask this question all the time. Counseling is not the same thing as coaching people, whether it's for you, whether it's for someone else. Counseling is about, if I may be very bold here, talking about the problem. You're talking about your feelings. You're finding out what you did right, what you did wrong, how your life turned out, what this one did to you 29 years ago, and now you still can't get over it, whatever it was. I'm just giving that one as an example. Or because of that, you turn to food. Now, not that you're a food addict, but you've now gained, maybe 69 pounds and don't know how to lose it. Because that's the way you dealt with that one particular issue, concern, whatever it was. That's not what coaching is. Coaching is about staying in the moment, helping the client to move forward right from where they are. We are not necessarily going to be rehashing everything that went on in the past. We are going to talk about what's going on in your life right now, today, and how to help you to move into the first step of whatever desire you have, dream you have. I think, Kimberly, you said it best. What goals do you have? What goals do you have? In a year from now, what would you like your life to be like?
That's it.
Simple. In 1 year, regardless of what's going on with the coronavirus. Every single human being, from the moment they're born to the moment they pass, we all have dreams and desires. Mine has become a reality, and it's right there.
And the thing is that, again, like you said, coaching and counseling are two different things. Don't confuse them. If you need counseling, get counseling.
Yes.
But coaching is always good. I've hired physical coaches.
Yep.
They get a little angry.
We are mental coaches.
I've talked to a lot of life coaches. I think people think I am one, but I'm not. I think it's just because I've been through so much. But sometimes experience is that, and this is what I tell people: education is worth every penny you pay for it. It is. But then you get down to experience.
Yes.
All right. It's
invaluable.
Very unaffordable. It's very unaffordable. Let me tell you, experience can be very, very expensive, more than what you can afford.
Yeah.
But other people's experience is priceless. And when you're getting a coach, that's what you're getting. You're getting somebody else's experience.
Yeah.
And that is priceless because you're hopefully not going to make the same mistakes they've made, and they can help guide you. They're not there to tell you what to do. They're there to guide you. And that's make you focus, find what's right for you. And, guys, energy, this is what you need right here. Energy to get us through.
Thank you.
I mean,
yeah. Thank you.
We never know which way to point because the cameras are backwards. If you want things to be spelled right when you show them, your cameras are backwards, so you're always reaching the wrong way.
We are trying to do this shake hand. It's been a while. We are trying to do the shake hand. I think, Kim. It's for you.
Yeah, we did this one time.
Yeah.
I can do it with Rakesh Bhai. Oh no, if it since he's not my husband, it would be this.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick. Do it again. Here we go. Here we go.
This way, right? No, I don't know.
See what I mean? It's very hard. It's very, very hard.
But you know what? We're having fun with it, and that's what it is. Because I always say, if you're working with a coach and you're not having fun, because when you get off the phone or the Zoom call and you're not laughing, forget it. I haven't achieved what I was expecting and hoping to achieve, because we want clients to be able to have fun in life again, regardless of the conditions and circumstances around you. That's what a coach does. Yes.
So I have a last question. You know that in India,
you read my mind. I was like, I need to get going. I was literally in the chat saying I have a few minutes, but yeah.
So you know that, I mean, in India, when you talk about clients, it's more of a professional relationship.
Yeah.
It might not be in the Western world, because a lot of our viewers are asking that why Meena ji is talking about the client and not talking about maybe a member of the foundation and things like that. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. What did they want to know? I mean, when
you talk about client, it's more of a professional, transaction. That's what they believe in India. I'm not talking about the rest of the world. So in India, when you talk about a life coach, so they treat them like their own family, or maybe they treat them like their patients, or maybe they treat them like their member of their foundation or things like that, because it's just a name of the word.
Yes. When you're saying that, just for clarification, when I'm referring to clients would be not necessarily my family members or our board members. Now, have I, without realizing it, coached people in my family? Honestly, yes. But I'm very careful not to, because I can feel when I'm going there and I just get quiet. Because sometimes we need to allow, like you said, Kimberly, allow people to have their own life experience. But Kimberly said another thing that was very important about coaching. We don't need to, that I want to clarify. We don't need to have gone through that experience. It's about having that clarity, that simplicity, and that explanation that we are giving to others to question them about what they think. And the client needs to make a choice based on their own beliefs, based on their own values, not what I think they should do. That's not what coaches do. No. We don't tell people what they should do in life. No, I am emphatic about that. We help them by guiding them onto this path that is the shortest and most efficient path, and so that they can have the success in the shortest period of time with the least amount of obstacles. In the end, it's always the client's choice whether they want to or not. We don't say this is the path for you.
Like I see people going into rehab, right? It's your choice. It's your choice to go in, but it's also your choice to get to see it through. If you're not going to see it through, don't waste your time or their time. But sometimes you don't know, right?
Yes.
And I see people go through rehab. I've seen people go through a lot of these programs, and usually it's not long enough. You have to make it. You said the third one, commitment. You have to make that commitment.
Yep.
And that's the important part in accepting a coach, is making that a commitment. It's and again, it's not about the experience you went through to be able to coach them through the same experience. It's about the experience of coaching.
Yes,
and that is from A to Z. That's the and going from A to Z is just life experience in general.
That's it. But how you deal with it and how you're intentional about the choices and decisions that you make along the way matters.
And I want to challenge the people that are watching here. How many of you are hitting a wall right now? Just it like I get it in writing. When I'm writing, I hit that writer's block, right? How many of you are hitting a wall right now? And you're just
if you're writing a book, I got some tips.
Right, but if you're hitting a wall, how many of you are hitting a wall? And you can't move. You're not going forward. Then you don't see that light through the wall anymore, right? And you can't breathe.
Yep.
And how many of you are feeling like that right now? And I'm not doing this to draw you into yourself right now. I'm doing this to say, if you're having that kind of problem, reach out to us. We'll help you reach out to the right people. Don't get yourself into a situation where you can't see the light, because once you lose that, it's hard to come back, but don't get down.
Yep.
People. There's too many people out there that care, and don't
Yeah.
let people on Facebook make you feel like crap.
No.
Don't.
I
Don't
mean,
let them drive you down, and don't listen to
don't-
half the noise. Listen to half.
right.
Okay?
And you have the choice to turn that thing off.
Yeah.
You always have
I'm
the
really
choice.
bad about that. I can't though. And
Right.
I'm out there. But I
Right.
believe in myself enough, and I believe in my facts because I dig up my facts. And if I speculate something, I say, I have my facts here, but I'm speculating this. Please feedback. And people don't know how to feedback. That's my problem. People
Yep.
don't know how to feedback because I want facts back. I don't want attitude. I want, fact. But people, coaching is really good to get you out of that wall, right? When you're hitting that wall and you just can't go through it anymore. If coaching is even good, a life coach is good as if you got a startup and you just can't get motivated anymore. Sometimes you lose that motivation or that drive. A life coach can help you. Another thing I like about life coaches is they help you figure out what to cut out.
Yeah.
They don't do it for you.
She's doing it. She ought to be our marketing
No,
and PR.
I'm just sharing my experience. Okay.
I know. And you know what? I appreciate that.
So, but what they're there for isn't to pick those items for you. They're there to help you figure it out. I had this one person say, "Oh my God, my life coach cleaned out my kitchen for me," and I go, "What? Can I have her? Send her to me. She actually cleaned your kitchen? Oh my God! Oh my God!
We don't physically come out to your house and do it, by the way."
She finally told me that.
Well, see,
broke my heart. I love this life coach. Send her to me. No, Kim. She taught me how to. I finally went in and got my kitchen clean.
And why is it that you weren't cleaning it out? Why weren't you cleaning it out?
Stress. I want to tell you what. 90% of the problems of clutter is you're depressed. I'm just telling people. And the best way to get out of depression, I know this down. I can teach this, but I don't. But the first thing you do when you get out of the bed, make it so that you don't crawl back in, right? And you don't see it messed up the rest of the day, right?
Don't hit that snooze button.
Right. Don't hit the snooze button. Get out of the bed if you can. Get out of the bed, but make it. When you make it, it's final. And make sure there's no wrinkles because, depressed people don't like wrinkles. So, or maybe OCD. Maybe that's me. So, I got problems. But anyway, so this is what I tell people. I will never run for politics. All right. Never run for politics. You know why?
No.
I have too many closets with skeletons.
Hey, mine is already out, so whatever.
I have too many closets with skeletons. But anyway, but the other thing, people, is start small and simple. All right. You go into your closet and it's not organized, unclutter it a little bit.
There you go.
But
one single small step at a time.
But that's the reason why people need to clean their kitchen, because they get depressed. And what they need to do is when they leave, they need to know that there's one last thing to do. I heard this lady talk about this one time on a radio show. Why is it I'm always leaving 2 spoons left to clean? Why can't I clean those last 2 spoons? It was weird, right? And I'm like, all too often we do that, but it's because she needed a reason to come back.
Yeah.
And so these little things, but if you learn to not have a reason to go back to do something, finish it. That's the reason why people are depressed. Finish it. I get really depressed every day because I got 50 things, and Kent knows this. I got 50 things open and I don't finish any of them every day because I got 50 of them. I got to work a little bit on each.
Speaking of which, I need to finish something I had started.
Right, so you got to go.
Yeah.
I think before Minaji go, we should play the social ambassador message so that she'll also know.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? Okay, hand होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
I didn't see anything, but thank you. I didn't want to leave because I was like, thank you.
That's our ambassador. You can't see that? Oh,
no, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
All right, next time.
Next time. All right. We'll talk offline.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
What a joy, man. I love people who can just do that. So much energy, so much just
exuberance.
Well, it wakes up. It just wakes things up. You know, we talk about the data, we talk about why, and now we're talking about how, right? Let's kind of, and some of the things that I want to focus on too are the positive things that we got cleaner earth, and we've got, you know, murders are down. David reminded me that unfortunately domestic violence, the fatality rate has risen. I had a friend of a friend who was killed recently because you can't get out of the home right now, right? And many of the people had ways, but you know what? Call people. You know, this is actually my background. So if you email us on golive@ibm.tv and tell me you have a situation, I'll figure a way. I'll figure a way. I can't promise to save you, but I can definitely help you out. But don't be alone. Please don't feel like you have no other place to turn. There's just too many other things out here. People like Mina. We have various women. Why is it always the women? Well, we got one guy, right? But most of the women are the ones who go, let me come and bring the spiritual and help with the spiritual and pray and faith and everything. But you know, but hey, we need it. And don't say it's not for me. You know, Rakesh, you and I are very similar, except I talk more than you do. But that's forced habit from Nick. Trust me, I didn't talk this much before I met Nick. But you shared something about not just being one religion, right? That, you know, you probably grew up one particular way, but I'm the same way. I believe in that there's something there. I have my faith and that there's something greater, but I don't believe in one religion. I believe in all. And that's something that getting to know each people that have been on our show, that everyone has a religion of some kind. And for the most part, they all believe in the good things, right? You know, you respect people, you honor your parents, you respect your body, your health, you respect earth. And when you find these common elements, you realize, I think we're all under the same God in many, many ways. What is your thoughts, Rakesh?
My thoughts are that I want to avoid flags, markers that separate people from the other.
Me too.
You know, I just don't want to have any markers. That's why I abandoned religion, because I found that myself, I would do the decent thing. You know, that's the way I was brought up.
That's right.
I don't need the fear of any god to make me do something.
No.
You know, I don't need that fear. Fear is the only thing to be feared.
But you know, you say it in such a way that I can understand it too. We were put into fear to obey our religion, and I don't think religion should be that. I don't think God meant for it to be that.
It should be about love, not fear. It should be
right.
About love.
It should be, and we should never fear questioning what we're told, just kind of respectfully, right? Don't question in a rebellious way. But you say something about being flagged or labeled. I have a beautiful book on that, and I think I kind of was changing before I read that book. It's a child's book about don't let people label you, right? God loves you no matter what or who you are. Don't let people label you. And I thought it was the most beautiful book I ever read about not being prejudiced. And it really opened my heart. I mean, it was almost like I was changing, but it really opened my heart. And I realized that's what it was. You're right, that we flag or we label. And each religion does this, but it's for their own job security, right? And I always say, you know, gosh, you know, nobody.
There's only one God in all religion, and that is Ankit's dollar note.
That's right.
That's the
only one God.
There's only one God.
Ours says, "In God we trust." I don't know about yours, but mine says, "In God we trust." So.
I don't know which one to refer to, the Hong Kong dollar or the New Zealand dollar. I don't know which dollar to look at.
But you know, but this one says, "In God we trust." So, So does the penny. The penny says that too. There you go. Does
Okay.
that sound God we trust? I think in America, we're the only place in the world that puts God on our currency.
On the currency, yes.
Don't know why, but we did. I mean, even the penny has "In God We Trust." So what what can you say? But I believe that you're right. I think we're all under one God. It's just a different way of practicing. I always believed that the Bible was a great history book, just like many of the other, but it was written to control man. And actually, my mother-in-law, who is a great, great religious person, I listened to her. She's long gone now, but she even told me one time that one of the kings wrote the Bible in order to control his men. So that's the King's James, whatever. But it was
Yes, King
totally
James Version.
right,
yes.
written to control his men a certain way. So every rule, every story, everything was written to control them via religion. And I thought, wow, okay. So I established a different mindset. I love all religions for different reasons, and
But I think we should respect all religion as well. If someone is following a religion, we should respect that as well.
exactly, I do. That's it. I do.
Because
I
because
am
the
not
will
a
be there.
proselytizer for atheism. I just follow my own thing.
I just follow
Those
leaders.
who want to
I
believe,
everyone. I
Just
respect
like we
Whatever
are
they want.
respecting that, because a lot of people are not respecting the religion as well, and that is what that's why they started blaming that who is good and who is bad and all those things, and that is what we have religious fights and going on.
We have to respect them.
have to realize we're all human beings.
We're all one, but we have to respect each other. And I do. I respect if you tell me what religion you are, I'm going to say awesome. I'm going to think that's great because in many ways, I'll know that you respect your God, you respect yourself, you respect your family, you have values. And so but I learned that my values came from a different core, not from the way I was taught or brought up. I still love it. Don't get me wrong. When I walk into a cathedral, I still feel it, but I just stopped feeling.
But I think that, I also think that due to the fear kind of a thing, a lot of businesses are doing good because we have a fear of dropping out or fear of losing our life or fear of, losing the race or things like that. And that is what created the environment and the world, because we are not talking more about strength and we are talking about fear, and that is what happening in Corona as well. Because of fear, people are, pushing themselves down, and they are buying a lot of things which they generally don't buy and things like that. So that is what I don't know. There should be a difference.
There's a crossover fear, especially if you know you're facing death. And I've unfortunately, and fortunately, I guess I should feel fortunate, have held many people's hands when they were dying. And you hear so many things from them, what I learned from every one of them is just don't have regrets in every decision you make. Make sure you walk out that door today without a regret. Make sure you said, I love you to the ones you love. Because those are the things I hear from people. I wish I would have said, I wish I would have done. So just try not to have those regrets. We're living in a very,
uncertain world.
Thank you. Yes. Uncertain about what's going to happen next. It's almost like walking on the oil rigs to me. You don't know if you're going to get to go home tomorrow. And, so when I look at that, but I remember a story of someone calling me one time, my uncle, I was very, very close to him. And he would never talk to anyone for any length of time on the phone, but he called and spent about 2 hours with me on the phone before he died. And we talked for a long time, and he said, you know what, Kim, he goes, I know I'm dying and it won't be long. He said, but I had an experience just recently. And he goes, you know how I told you I just never believed in God? He goes, I believe in God. He just wanted to share that with me because that was something he always shared with me my whole life. But he was the one who taught me, don't think your religion is the only religion.
Yeah.
He taught me that from day one. He taught me to look at every religion as it was very special. And because of him, I opened my mind. It also made a lot of people shut me out of their lives, because in some religions you get shut out if you don't believe in just that. But
and there's one more thing. There's one more thing that when people are in a good mood or in a happy mood, they tend to remember different people. And when they are in a bad mood, or when they are in a fear, or when they need help, So they have a different line of people lining up, and I don't know why there's a difference, because it's always. I mean, I don't have that much experience like you guys, but I see that when you are in trouble, when you need someone's help, you have a different set of people, and when you are in a good mood, you have a different set of people. So
it's a question of trust, Ankit.
yeah.
That when you are really in trouble, you go to those you trust.
Yeah.
When you want to have a good time, then you're not sure whether what you're doing is right, but you just want to have a good time. So you just seek people who will do this, give you the company in doing that. And it's just that, it's trust versus enjoyment.
I tell you, I don't want to comment anything, but it happens a lot of time with me. People call me when they are in trouble, but they don't call me in good times. And I feel like I don't know what, I mean, I don't understand the behavior, but I think that I compose myself that I might be a little more stronger and I know how to balance it out. So I said, okay, let it go and focus on your work, basically.
So
but that keeps happening every now and then, basically.
It happens to me. It happened. It probably happens to Rakesh too. It happens. It's heartbreaking. It can be very, very heartbreaking. My dad.
They think that we are very strong. We know how to manage it out. They think that we are very strong. We know how to manage, and we can deal with anything, basically.
Just accept it, because if you're a friend, there was a competition once, best definition of a friend, and the definition that won the prize was, a friend is one who walks in when the world walks out. So if
that's good.
My sister told me about this, and I was quite impressed with it. So if people they feel comfortable with you, they will trust you. If somewhere I read that they think of you like an old shoe. An old shoe is so comfortable. So if they think of you as that, then they're your friend. You are their friend. Now, if you think of the people in your own life, apart from your family who you have your own relationship with, if you look at the people in your life who you feel that you can say anything to them and they will not judge you, they are the comfortable shoes.
Exactly.
And it's important to be reciprocal. You can't any imbalanced relationship will not last. So today, I have two really good friends from school, and I can say my best friend today is my wife. I can tell her anything, and I think that Meena was talking about it. I was thinking, for relationships, if you're looking at relationships, especially when you're getting married to somebody, you have to think of them as your best friend. If you do that, then you say, do I treat my friend with respect? Would I say this to my friend? We put people into boxes. This is my wife, this is my husband, and these are my rights, these are my duties, and that is the beginning of your failure of the relationship.
I love that. That's beautiful.
Right? If we just take away those boxes and say, this is the best friend in my world. If the moment you feel angry with this person, even you think this is my spouse, I'm getting angry. Why did she do this? Why did he do this? Then you think, hey, this is your best friend. Do you want to talk to them like that? No. So I learned this from an American boss of mine. I was quite a fearsome boss when I was in the corporate world, and quite, I have a strong communication thing. So I used to, it was positive and negative. I could tear you to strips too. So I spoke to somebody like that, and this gentleman was my boss. He's an American gentleman, lovely guy, Vietnam veteran, and he called me and said, I spoke to your subordinate and I had to dig him out of the ground. And he said, why did you speak to him like that? And then he said, when you speak to him like that, I keep wondering, I'm here. We were together. He was on a short assignment in India. 1 or 2 years, I was to take over from him. And he said, is this the way Indians talk to one another? And that really was like a dash of cold water on my face. And I said, I need to, is this the way human beings talk to one another? So that has changed. It was a turning point in my life. After that, I was never so acerbic as I had been before that. And I've used that in my personal relationships also. Don't say anything negative. That's one thing that I learned. The second thing I told one of my friends is that every time you say, I'm so-and-so, I am clever, I am lazy, I am not good at this, or I'm good at this, that's a bar of the prison. Because you're building your own prison. You're putting bars there. And
That's
so
right.
you're defining your limits. You're defining your limits. And so the moment you say, I'm this, I'm that, and I cannot be anything else, you can be anything you want at any point of time. It changes with time. Your requirements of life, what you want in life changes with time. So,
I want to know something, Rakesh. What do you want?
Just now, what I want to do in my life, my life's goal is to spread science, because I believe science is a very unifying factor. Communication and science. Communication for people to understand each other. So I teach languages, English and things like that. And I have the other project I have is this Math Plus Science website, which I'm working on now, which is to teach at the pre-university level science, because I found most people drop out of science at the pre-university level. They say it's too hard. So I want to teach that. So I've set up this website for that. That is my goal. And for the rest of it, for my family and my wife and things like that, I just want to be happy and enjoy myself with them. I've lived in many countries, so I know we're all the same. I remember the first time I went overseas when I was 30 years old. I went to England, and I actually looked at the soil and said, "Is it any different from India?"
Is the dirt under my feet any different than the country I came from? I love it. Wow.
So, and then when I went to Rwanda, that was the next place I stayed for a long period of time, and then Nigeria, and then New Zealand, and I found that is such a unifying factor.
Yeah.
So,
What a blessed life you had to do that. What did you find out about the dirt? Is it different?
No, not at all.
Thank you. Now that is a good science message. It's going to be the same no matter where you go.
It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. The color may change a bit, but the stones, the things are pretty much the same.
And
I didn't
the other side of the earth, you don't fall off. Like gravity holds us together, no matter, and you're not upside down.
Yes.
You're not. This is what I always tell people. When I was a little girl, I was always afraid to travel too far away, right? Because this globe was sitting there. And I go, but if I go over there, I'm going to be upside down. So I was so hard-headed. You could not convince me otherwise. That if you sent me to the other side of the world, I was just going to be hanging upside down.
Yeah, that's pretty much. And another book I read from a training program, it was a book called How to Get Control of Your Time and Your Life. It taught me two things, that your time and your life are the same thing. And it also taught me one question, a very important question, which you have to ask yourself every moment of the day. is this the best use of my time now?
Oh.
I was planning to stay for a short while. I was one of those people who was planning to join this course, stay for a short while. But what you all said, all of you were talking about was so important that I decided to stay through, even though I need to go for a class early morning, teach a young boy tomorrow morning. I thought I'd stay through for this, stay the course, because it was really important. And that's why my wife is looking.
I enjoy your company. I always enjoy. You have some of the wisest words while we're struggling sometimes, or just an input of insight. It just always opens my heart and mind.
And I always get feedback that why Rakeshji is not on the show, and people like Rakeshji, the way he speaks and the way he narrates, very politely and very humbly, and talk to the world in a different mindset from a different country, because he's been to a lot of countries. So, in fact, my mother and my parents are also excited to see Rakesh on the show.
Well, I'm always
apart from Kimberly, she's the best, but Rakesh is also doing a good way to conversate, and that is what we have. We are different personalities, and we have different way to address the audience, basically. And that is what
I also learn from all of you. There's so many things. Consistency from you. Kimberly just mentioned that, and the hard work and the ideas out of the box thinking that they all put in you, Nick, and so many of the other people who've come on the show. It's fascinating. If you don't learn, that day is not lived.
And I always say,
my learning is that whenever someone recommends me to talk to someone, so I make sure that I will try to create a bond, so that we will not talk for a small period of time, but we will talk forever if we can create that kind of energy. And that happened between Rakeshji and me, I think.
And I couldn't do it without Ankit. If I have to start without Ankit there, it's odd. I feel odd.
You miss it.
And I know he's got to fade in and out every once in a while, like I have to fade in, but there's an empty spot there. And it was like that for me when Nick and I started together, and then I had to go on my own for a while. And it was such an empty space. It just took a long time to fill that gap. He has no idea how hard that was for me, but he kept saying, you can do it. You can do it. But every person on this show has a space in my heart. And when you're not there, I'm worried. Is he okay? Is everything all right? And the odds are you're teaching or taking a break and enjoying life. And I want to.
I'll tell you what happened. Basically, I lost my phone. I lost my WhatsApp data, and that's why I couldn't invite Rakesh.
That's okay. That is fine. I watched the show anyway. I watched the show anyway the next day because it becomes late for me. But so I watch it the next day, so I'm in touch with what train of thought. When you the most interesting thing about this experience is that I see kindred trains of thought, thoughts that I can relate to from so many different personalities, the doctors, the Mr. I bought his book, the gentleman who was on you, David Johnston. Just bought his book right away.
You love it. Which one did you get?
I bought Perfectly Legal, that one.
I loved it. I laughed so hard when I was reading that book. I had to stop but go ahead. So you bought the book.
And since you've talked about laughter, I was thinking I read this line somewhere that laughter is the shortest distance between two people. I keep thinking that if you can, why people say, sometimes people marry another person because they said he makes me laugh or she makes me laugh. It is because it is the shortest distance between two people.
It is.
It is something. If you can laugh at yourself, it is. It's the one person you can laugh at without hurting anybody.
It is. And you mentioned something earlier too that I kind of want to highlight on is when you were your wife is your best friend. And another thing you can do when you're looking and doing stuff like that is look how they treat their friends, right? Because if they're not treating their friends right, one day they're not going to treat you right. So always kind of look really hard when you're dating somebody, or because when you marry somebody, it's usually for good. And but a true measurement of developing that friendship is, yeah, we're good, and that happens when you date somebody. Wow, we're tight. We but how do they treat other people? Because at the end of the day, that's how they're going to treat you. And I think that's, and like you said, you're having a good time with your wife. Wow. How long have y'all been married?
I've had 2 not so good marriages earlier, but we've been married for 9 years now.
Wow. Congratulations. You passed the 7-year. So
No, it is.
that's what I was telling people. You pass that 10-year mark. You pass the 7. No, that's awesome. It's not about, I know people have been married several times. Most of them, because of either entrepreneurships or their business life, just ate up their personal life. And every one of them regretted it, but they just couldn't stop. Their business life just was more important to them. But at the end of the day, when you find somebody that just makes you happy and you're together, even for 5 minutes a day, if you're just together and they make you and you're happy together, that's great.
That is wonderful.
That's what I look at Andy at the end of the day, and if his little one comes in and his wife comes in, you should see him when his family walks in and he glows. Like, that's my favorite part of the show. Like I love the show, but we wrap up and his little one climbs on his lap. Little Mishka climbs on his lap, and his wife is there. He's just beaming from ear to ear, like, this is the reason why he exists every day. And you got to have that, right? And I'm going to tell you what, it's not always perfect. You're going to get they're your friend. And just like if you're getting in arguments, but again, if you pick the right friend, like if you look how they treated their friend, you're going to argue through it, right? Yes. It's not, you don't expect it to always, this is what I tell people, don't expect to be perfect.
You can't expect a clone of yourself. That would be very boring.
Oh my God, if I married a clone of myself, I'd be dead right now. I would have killed myself. No, don't marry your clone. That's not a good one either. But the expectations, this is what I always tell people, just lower your expectations, right? Yes. I always say that, just if you lower your expectations a little bit, especially with the people you marry, it's not that you shouldn't expect anything out of them. It's just that it's not Cinderella, people. If you read the book after the story that we get to see, you would see that, her and Prince Charming had a lot of fights. He'd throw his clothes on the floor and she threw her crown on a doorknob, and
I'm sure the glass slipper broke.
That's right. But just keep your standards high. Lower your expectations, but keep your standards high, and things always work out. And sure she did. She threw her clothes on the floor too. And neither one of them liked to make the bed, so there you go, right? That's what I tell people. Oh Lordy, and those stepsisters, they still stay in trouble, right? That those in-laws can be a handful. I tell people, marriage is an adventure, right? Yeah. And you just got to keep turning that page and loving every minute of it. But are we ready to wrap up? And Ricky, thanks for visiting with us, because it makes my day to see you. It really does.
And same here, likewise.
I'm always texting Ankit when I don't see you. Where is he? Is he okay? My heart is always going out now. Anytime I see that somebody's not where they're supposed to be, I feel like they're sick. Okay. And that worries me. And because COVID worries me. I've been reading where people go to the hospital and 3 days later they die. And I'm asking myself, did they get there too late? Were they going to die? It's bothering me. I think this bothers me more than anything right now is we're not getting to people soon enough, and why we're not testing enough. Every person in the U.S. should be tested by now. I was watching, in fact, I was trying to pull it up and share it with you guys, and I'll do it tomorrow. In Africa, they've started testing everyone. They got clinics set up everywhere, and you see people going in and out, and everyone is getting tested. Everyone. Period. They're and if they
Especially-
have to do this monthly, they're going to do it or weekly. But they say it doesn't matter if you have symptoms or not. You're to get your tail end in here now, and you're getting tested. So that's what I think we need to do. I think
Yes.
everybody needs to get tested.
Tested and more mindful of the planet.
Yeah.
Mindful of the planet, not just other people, mindful of the planet. You know,
I agree.
have this thing here. I wash it and then put it into the recycle bin, take it into the plastics. They're separated and in there. But I'm very particular about that. You know, whatever is recyclable in terms of plastic, make sure it goes into the recycle. We have 3 color bins in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So I make sure I follow that. For this household, we're not going to let one chance to recycle go out the window. No way.
You know what? We have so little trash. I didn't even take it to the side today. And our recycles, and I don't know what we're doing different right now, but even our recycles seem to be lit. But I do the same thing. I clean my recycles. My family gets mad at me. You don't have to do that. I don't like it to stink up. But I feel like if it goes to the landfill dirty, it's just, not helping the earth.
Well, anyway, in India, we have a process where what we can do is we put the recycle underneath that garden. Basically, if you have an open area, and that you can dump it for 21 days, and it will become a good soil for you for maybe your, for your plantation and for your things like that.
Compost.
But that should be only,
Compost.
that should not be plastic. Basically, that should only be,
So we do
We
the
do
same
that
thing, anything but meat. You don't want meat in there because it develops maggots and that's no fun. So we do everything eggshell, but I wash my eggshells out because I don't want the maggots to come to the eggshells. But we use eggshells, which is a lot of calcium. But eggshells, people don't know this, but in a garden, eggshells prevent the worms from getting to the plant. They don't like to crawl over the sharp edges. So, but yeah, compost, all of the coffee grounds, tea grounds, everything. We have so little trash. It's ridiculous. It's just
That is what I'm aiming at. Right now, we're not being able to reduce our trash, but I'm aiming at working at that. Most of the trash that we have is when we buy takeaways. So we're trying to do cooking at home so that we
do that too. I'm also curious about our oceans, even though we're not cleaning them out like we should be right now. I'm sure nobody's working, but I'm curious too if our fishes and the animals in the ocean are able to regenerate, because we were fishing them out for the longest time for restaurants and things. And I hate putting the restaurants down. I love seafood. So, but I have to wonder if this is just a healing all over, not just a cleaner earth. And we're becoming a little bit smarter, but are the oceans able to heal?
My
think
sister is a marine biologist, and she was concerned about detergent with those micro granules in them, because those and some of our material, this kind of super dry material, the fibers go into the ocean. Recently, I saw an article which said that the ocean floor, the deep ocean bed, is now coated with plastic. So it is.
We did that. Sorry, God. I'm sorry, God. I pray to God every day. I have a 30-minute prayer session, sometimes longer, with God, and I talk to Him about these things. And I
we
can't.
need to take care about that sort of thing.
And you know what, ANK, this is a topic we need to cover one day.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I think Rakesh can help lead us on this, and maybe you can bring some experts in that you might know.
But no one wants to discuss anything on the media. So I'm trying my best to avoid the controversy so that they can just talk about the real thing, because that is what the gap between them. Because
So what
I
we
think
could
that
do,
it might be controversial, so they don't want to come on the show.
okay, so what we could do is like I've got David Vaughn, who is saving the coral reefs. I can get him on, And Scarlett, she is about saving from the land to the ocean. Like she's got this, and then we could have Rakesh come on, and then maybe a NASA person or somebody who is also about all of this, but maybe get a small panel, and that's what the show is about. Because I think this is very important that we don't come out and mess up everything. I think, and I've heard this several times, Ankit, from the doctors in India. Let's don't mess it up this time. Let's, you got to see a rainbow. I almost cried when you told me that. I see rainbows every day in my backyard. Like it rains a lot here. I see a rainbow every day. And
I'm good to see now birds flying in the sky because it's been a while since they were not. But now and I'm amazed that I never imagined that it will come back like this, basically. But now birds are flying, and it's not about one bird. I mean, there are multiple birds. I saw a lot of parrots there, and so it's a different world altogether. We can't imagine. I mean, Rakeshji must be aware that Delhi is a different world because of the pollution and because of the public and all those things. It's a different world right now. I mean, parrots are right next to my door, and I was like, what's going on? I don't know.
It has shown the people of Delhi that it is possible.
Yeah,
we just need to take a sabbatical once a year, 1 week a year. I think
even if it just makes you think. Let's not consume so much.
Yeah.
Do we really need to go out and hang out with our friends, or can we just talk about it, or can we walk down? We had a barbecue yesterday on the terrace, and naturally we had a good feed. So we have a teenage niece, and my sister-in-law, my wife's sister, and her mother and my niece. They walked down to their home because it's walking distance, but it's more convenient to take a bus. So they used to normally take a bus, but they said, no, we'll walk down because it's a holiday anyway. It was a long weekend. So they walked down, and that's the sort of thing that we need to encourage. I remember my mother telling me that my grandparents and her grandparents would walk because in those days we were still under the Raj, and the motor cars were just not common. So people would walk from one village to another, 8 miles, 10 miles, go in the morning, come back in the evening. It's a 16-mile trip, and they were hardy as ever. They all lived in their 80s. And here we are. Of course, my father died in his 90s. My mother's in her 90s too. God bless her. So it is. But I don't know. Whether with the kind of pollution that we have in our atmosphere, how long our lives are going to be. Because somebody did a study at the time when pollution was really bad in Delhi. He said it was as good as a doctor came on TV and he was saying that I did have a look at the lungs of a 5-year-old, and it was that of the lungs of a smoker who had been smoking, So I was just thinking, the poor child, and this is why I cannot understand why they still have cigarettes in this world. First of all, I do not know. I don't understand. We know the world is polluted, and then you want to bring it specifically into your life.
We know it kills you.
People are, smoking in this current pandemic as well, and I don't know how they are getting cigarettes and how who is supplying all those things. I'm surprised. All the bad things, if I want to do anything, I have those sources to do it. It's like that, basically.
But you know what? I commend. We have a pharmacy in the U.S., and I commend this one pharmacy because you used to be able to go into a pharmacy and get a box of cigarettes, right? That was the big thing. Get your drugs and get your cigarettes, and now you can get your wine there too, beer and wine. So. But one of the pharmacies took a stand 5 years ago, and a lot of people were like, well, I'm not shopping there anymore. That's the only reason. This is the only reason why I shop there only. They banned cigarettes from their store. In fact, they won't let their employees smoke. They said that if we're going to be a pharmacy, if we're about healthy people, even though they sell all that junk food, Maybe that'll be the next to go. But they cut cigarettes completely. No, you cannot buy one. And they knew that they were going to get cut off from a lot of people. But
you won't believe, when I was in school, my job was to, let people do not smoke basically. And at that, when I was very young, I tried a lot of students not to smoke. I don't know what I did basically, but they stopped smoking at that time. I'm not sure what they're doing right now. But the difference between me and my peer group or my friends, they are not like me right now. So they become an old man with a different personality altogether. And I have a different mindset. And when I saw, or when I met someone, I was like, are we really? Classmates? Because I can't even imagine what they are.
Older. Yeah.
I looked at that too. I'm not vain, trust me, but I don't want my skin to get all wrinkled and nasty. I've never smoked. I never did recreation drugs. I was on too many medications, but never did recreation drugs. I never smoked pot. We do have a TV show called Weed Wednesday. It's actually a lot of fun, but it's more about because they've legalized pot, but it's more about freeing the nonviolent prisoners that went to jail for pot. So that's the reason why we kind of like the show. But I was the same way, Ankit. And you know how I convinced somebody not to smoke anymore one time? Because in North Carolina, this is tobacco country. Everybody's right. But I didn't. And I was picked on a lot because I didn't. But the thing is this guy kept picking on me. He goes, you got a nice car. You got nice clothes. You got... So I sat down and I said, how much do you spend a week on cigarettes? Because I knew he was a teenager. And I did it because he was complaining that I was taking nice vacations. And I'm not talking lavish vacations. I was going to the beach for a week. Okay. I was going to the beach for a week and he thought it was great. So I added up how much he was smoking a week. And I said, look, you can take your family on a full vacation to Disney World if you start smoking out. To Disney World. Your 4 kids and you and your wife could go to Disney World for what you smoke every day. Kid you not, the next day he quit smoking.
Wow. I did the same math basically. And people are spending, they don't believe basically, but they're spending too much amount of money on an annual basis. And that involves money and time and also health. And they're not ready. It's a simple math.
He didn't care about the health stuff. That's what was stupid. He didn't care about the health.
You won't believe when I came back to India, people were asking me whether I drink, do I smoke, do I eat tobacco, or do I have anything bad, or they wanted to know what kind of
bad habit.
And you won't believe I'm talking about the other person. I'm talking about my family members as well. And they will keep on eyeing me what I do and what I don't do. And after certain year, they think that I am still the same. Because I see it's not easy or it's not difficult to take the bad habits, but it's just that I don't enjoy those things, and that is very important. Because if you enjoy bad habits, it's easy for you to do it. And if I don't think about that, because I have a lot of good things to be done, and that is what I think. I always think about those things.
Best use of your time, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and
I've seen a lot of things in US, in other countries, in Hong Kong as well. But it's just that you have a good time and you enjoy a time in a different way altogether, in a different things all about. That's what I believe.
I don't even drink like I used to. I used to like a drink, and then you have a drink, you go, wow, that felt good, and you have another one, and you have another one. You have a couple of hangovers, you go, no, I'm not going to go that route anymore. This is what I tell people. Jose Tequila. Jose's your best friend till the next morning. And I have a song. My song is written about tequila, right? But the thing is that these habits, they destroy your body. They break down your body. Liquor will destroy your liver. So will many other things. People don't understand that. It's not just liquor. It's the combination of everything else you're putting in your body. Just like you were talking about the oxygen we breathe, right? What are we doing to these kids' lungs today? But when you breathe that in, it's got to filter out of your body, so it goes through your liver. So our livers get beaten up. So, one day I woke up and I'm like, well, why do I want to do this to my body? I still enjoy a good drink occasionally. I'm not going to be antisocial, but I definitely don't drink it like I used to. And, the hangers. But I also learned that if you drink too much alcohol, kind of wrinkles your skin. So you hear where I'm going? Like Anakin, I want to look young my whole life. You know,
I had my first beer when I was 30 years old.
You have what?
My first beer when I was 30 years old. Till then,
Did you really?
no alcohol. And when I was a teenager, my parents did not give me pocket money. They said, whatever you want, you ask us for it. And so I never smoked because I didn't dare ask them for money to buy cigarettes. And likewise for alcohol. So, I was.
You're definitely an honorable child, but I had to earn my own money. So from the time I was 12 years old, I was working, and I didn't want to spend it on that. I wanted a guitar. I wanted to go skiing. I wanted to go because we had this ski club, snow skiing club, and they would take you up to the mountains for $7. I go skiing for $7. So no, my money, hard-earned money at a 12, 13, 14 years old, I was working the whole summer as a nanny. So I worked from 7 in the morning so the parents could go to work till 6 o'clock at night. Wow. And that money, so now I wasn't going to waste it on cigarettes and no drugs. No way. So I'm like you, though, in many ways. If your parents, I was scared my parents would catch me. I was, my parents could see through walls. I don't know about you guys, but my parents could see through walls. They can see behind their head too, but see through walls, right? And so no. But my dad would walk up to me if I skipped school. I skipped school one day. I thought I earned it, right? I was working 2 jobs and going to school, and I had my own car, right? Paying for my own car. And I kid you not, I decided to skip school and go to the mall. I was going to buy my boyfriend a present and just chill out for a day. And I'm standing there watching it. I love to ice skate too. That was my other sin that I spent money on. And I was leaning over watching the ice skaters. And next thing I know, this arm throat goes around me. It's my dad. Oh my God. Now I'm on the other side of town too, right? I literally go to the other side of town. It's my dad. He had to find me in the mall. So it wasn't that I just parked there, right? He had to go, and he did. He found me, and I'm like, this is way before trackers, folks. Parents had sensors in their brain back then.
They had friends who would say, your daughter's there in that place.
Yeah.
Go and check out.
Kim just bought a milkshake.
Pre-internet.
Really, right? He was the coolest dad, though, because he said, so you enjoying your day off, kiddo? Yep. You need a note for school? Do you mind? I knew I'd write my own, but I was such an adult at such a young age that people thought my brothers and sisters were my children.
Oh, okay.
So I was, because my dad had a heart attack when I was in high school. So I was pretty much raising them until he could come back. He was out of town. And so I was paying the bills, making sure and I was working 3 jobs, going to school and raising kids. So everybody thought that they were my kids. And, but he was good to me. He was very, very good to me. Spoiled me rotten, in not money wise, right? But
very kind.
Good talk. I love this. I love this kind of inspirational sharing that we don't have to be depressed, guys. Nope.
I think that that's why I like autobiographies and biographies, because those kind of things or books, basically, they make you learning, and they also treat you what are the different life experiences you can have, or maybe people can have, so that you can also follow. And that's why we have a lot of mentors, or maybe a lot of followers for that person, because they live their life in a different way. They were doing something else, and they end up doing something else, and that's why we have those books, and that's why they are bestsellers.
Right.
Rather than talking about Game of Thrones and things like that. I mean, we have a lot of.
I've never watched that show.
Rocky,
I visited US last April, and everyone was watching Game of Thrones, and I was like, "What is Game of Thrones?" And he said, "You don't watch it? Are you in this planet and what?" I said, "What do you mean by that?" Because I believe, Kim, you would believe, Rakeshji must be agree that whatever you're watching on Game of Thrones, we have already watched on a mythological channel.
I believe it.
Whatever we have watched, everything is going on Game of Thrones in a different technology. That's it.
Just
So it's
different
nothing-
setting.
I believe it.
Yeah.
You know, they have soap operas in Africa. I know this because somebody wants their TV shows on IBM TV, and they sent us their soap operas. And I'm like, oh my God, this is another world. Just in a different language and different people.
Different, yeah. One of the things I noticed out of soap operas was that rude is cool in these soap operas. And
I won't take it. So
I was just, I've seen children, the next generation, imitating these rather, the Western things. And we have our own soap operas, which are equally bad.
the
Too much of
African ones
yeah.
are about, every one of them has a moral. This is what was interesting to me.
That
They
is
were,
good,
there was maybe some rude, but it was not about being cool. And it was always a more, so I did like theirs, but
Yes, yeah.
reality TV killed us, right? It wasn't the soap operas that killed us, but there was a reality TV show in New Jersey, not The Real Housewife, Jersey Shore. It was the crudest. And I said, you know what? You're going to see the U.S. go downhill from here. It just inspired kids to be rude and crude to each other. And it was all about money and the nails. And I only watched it once just to see what kind of junk were being fed, right? I couldn't stomach it. I literally could not stomach the trash that came that one
out of television.
It ruined TV for me. It really did. I switched over to PBS that day.
I just watch Discovery, National Geographic, that kind of thing. I do not watch the other thing I like is cars, so I watch D-Max.
D-Max, okay.
How do you repair
I like
cars?
FX. If you want to watch a really good reality type show, FX, the two guys about cars. That to me is just funny as ever, and I love the fact that I think the Shelby Ford Mustang is still the best engine ever made. I think that's the only reason why I watch it, because and
I would suggest you to watch Designated Survivor. It's one of the coolest series on Netflix. Designated Survivor, and I think it's one of the best. And I'm also watching a series with the conspiracy theories and FBI solving the problems. So as
yes. I love detective.
Right, I'm watching Blacklist, and that is also an amazing series.
I am sick with it. I'm just one more. More. Sam, you got to get up early. Just one more.
I really have to go now. I'll sleep in my class now. So I'm going now.
Okay.
I love talking to you guys. Really love you guys. Love talking to you.
I would just like to play the
tomorrow.
Yes.
If not, we'll see you Monday.
Yeah.
Take care, everybody. And get the plane up.
I just see the picture of Alexandra.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't cheerleading while the boys play ball. I ain't no typical girl. No. I wanna be right there in the middle of it all.
So that's on Sunday, 3 p.m. EST, and thank you very much for joining us. And it was a good
I missed
conversation.
it last Sunday, but I must have been doing something. But I'll try and catch it this Sunday. Okay.
Thank
You
you.
can watch it later. Love you.
Yes.
Thank you. Bye-bye.